Nice. Pleased to see.
Let's farm a haste beast. Apparently it's heavy RNG, so I still think I'm looking for a monkey. Because monkey is my spirit animal.
The art. done. Straight through the arc.
Up for another hunt, are you? There it is! Don't let up. That's the one. Put it down. Don't give up now.
Do we catch this? It is the camp.
You're wearing it down. Don't let up.
Lightning strikes
Don't
twice.
lose.
I don't know how this works. Maybe it's random. Maybe it doesn't have to be a monkey, so... So you can actually read the text. If a mob has haste, you can actually see. So we can just we just have to find the thing, not kill the beast, and just read if it has haste or not.
That was almost a challenge.
That exit. I almost think this is a layout from before, but I'm not sure.
Take this. through the air.
This one really? That's not a camp though, so we can just
That was almost a challenge.
kill it. His accent, dude, what the fuck? We need a jungle camp. Probably here somewhere. Maybe not. So energy shield and enslave, right? So I just want to reset. Haste aura.
Lightning strike plus.
All damage ignites. Sick. I mean, I have to get this one. It's good for now. GG. That is pretty good. If all damage would shock, that would be top tier. But haste is good enough. Oh yeah, okay. So it's pretty RNG. Alright. Took us like, I don't know, 4 or 5 tries. And we only got haste. But it's fine. That is what I wanted, so. The shock would be sick though. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. Don't wanna waste more time here. I need much more decks. We can craft another one just to have it ready. So we ditch Ghost Dance. So I'm supposed to get Meat Shield. And Elemental Army. Is there something with shock? Mhm. What? Abnormal disconnection. What the fuck? Hmm. Something happened. My server. Maybe rollback. Maybe no more haste. Oh. Everybody disconnected. Something went wrong there at GG. I think I'm in the wrong zone. Let's see. Yeah. But how do I get to the molten vault?
Naught but darkness about this statue.
So molten vault where? Monkey statues. Drowned city. So in Uzal, is that it? Because yesterday I was looking for like half an hour here.
What of Nahuatzi?
I don't know.
Straight through the air. Bloody fossil. Proof of my prowess.
I don't know if this is right.
Straight through the air. This is what I get for freeing you.
What is this? I hate this vault. I think they changed the place. I don't remember this map. I remember a filthy map. This one is too clean. Where could it be? Over here? Nope. Nope.
Halt! Your
It's the fight
rampage
again.
ends here.
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you is a Val blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva the Lie, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
Don't fight!
I will not relent! Bow to your queen or die! You will fall before us. Feel Arakali's sting!
Oh shit!
You are nothing but a locust. Feel Arakali's sting!
Holy shit! What is this damage, dude? Yeah, I don't want to fight this anyways, though.
Straight through the air.
What is this map? What is this map? Bro.
Straight through the art.
It has to be here. Wow. Then I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's like a skill gem or something. I can just skip it. Yeah, fuck it.
What have you learned?
Still alive. Take care. Fix yourself. Straight through the art. Aye. Were it magic or technology?
Fool! There is no time for this. Atziri will soon commune with the beast.
These tracks clash.
Cease your assault.
Wait.
Holy shit.
Stop this at once. I think
So we're gonna stack accuracy soon.
pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must. So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Azzoatl has finally come for me.
You're a smart fella. You're right.
He's actually cringe. But of course he is. Oh no! I actually dodged it. And then I didn't. Man, he's cringe because he's one of us, right?
So, at the eve of the end,
Come with us! Okay.
Azzoatl has finally come for me. This ends now. Unleashed.
What is this? What is he doing?
I bear the burden for our future. Sacrifice is the only path to survival.
Oh, so my beast knocks him. Okay.
You will burn. A minor setback. The power of the mind.
Did I activated a trap?
I can't give up. I
What
must
happened?
save
I think I activated a trap.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Azzoatl has finally come for me. Give in. You are blind to the greater good. Unleashed.
Straight through the air.
I bear the burden for our future.
Yeah, I need shock.
A minor setback. I can't give up. I must save my people.
Do you know why we're here? It happened. It cannot be stopped.
No, I will cannot allow you to interfere. Do you truly think you can match me? There is no escape. You think you can stand in my way? Face the might of the Val. The destruction of that water will be repaid 1,000-fold. You think you can run?
Lightning strike twice!
Unexpected. But non-critical. You leave me no choice.
Holy shit.
Is not over yet. I cannot let my efforts be in vain. I've had enough of you. Burn to ash, demon of Atsuatu. Now you're within my grasp. You think you can stand in my way? No! Do not fail me. Not now.
No, come with us.
What's happened? All I've done. All that I sacrificed.
Jetzt
Your
Spider look
people
insane.
cannot be saved. History is already written.
Protected. I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Let's just start talking then. My friend
Was this
here
a
isn't
spear?
exactly the peacemaking type.
Ooh.
If there is an ancient,
So will you help us?
I suppose I must. But I will come.
It's settled then.
We are best friends now.
By the first ones. You're alive. I'm glad to submit now. I would appreciate it if you could. Breathe, clear fell. Find.
Okay.
The wrath in here is stronger than any dead, imagine.
Not the god. Straight through the arts. So this is the sickness I was warned about.
Wow, no proc. Hello? Oh, okay. We're gonna rejump right after this.
course.
There's a beast of particular knife you. Oh well.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
Well, all I feel.
A woman without a place to call home. We have that in common.
Don't we have
These are just some. Stay safe.
the hooded one? Where is he? What? Oof. Is this good? For this other build, maybe I'll keep it. Joho, ISO. Was geht ab? Ja, ISO, ISO. PoE 2. These are almost good. Seit Februar meinst du? Dieses Jahres? Bis jetzt 500 Stunden? 2 Monate, ja, das ist schon gut, viel gespielt. Krass. Was hast du denn gezockt? Letzte League. Ich hatte letzte League eine Witch, eine Sorg und ein Monk. Und der Monk war viel zu krass. Du hast so die ganze Woche durchgezockt, ja. So musste es. Passiert. Main Monk, ey, Monk war viel zu krass. So das übelste Power Spike früh und dann kaum Gear gebraucht, damit er richtig krass wird. Ja, cool. Sorg und Monk hat man echt spielen müssen, letzte League. Hast alles richtig gemacht. Ich guck mir den Scheiß hier gar nicht an. PoE 1 hast du nie gezockt? Ja, ist eigentlich das absolut gleiche. Also für mich, ich habe PoE 1 bestimmt so 6, 7 Leagues gezockt. In meiner Lifetime. Und ich muss dir sagen, ich spüre gerade gar keinen Unterschied. Einfach nur die Grafik ist geupdatet. Alles gleich, weißt du. Alles ist immer krass. Mit jedem Patch ist immer irgendwas ist am meisten krass und dann wird es genervt, dann gibt es Balance und immer wieder das gleiche, weißt du. Aber Monk war noch nie so krass, wie er letzte League war. Das war schon zu heftig. Aber die Double Heralds, ne? Das waren halt die Double Heralds. Hast du bestimmt auch gezockt. Thunder und Eis. Das war halt viel zu heftig. Genau. Ja, ja, auf jeden Fall. Das ging halt gut mit Monk, ja. Mobility und alles hast du da gehabt. Du konntest es halt anwenden, ne? Und dann warst du halt gleichzeitig noch so ein Monk halt, ein Tank mäßig. Bruiser. Das hat schon richtig gebockt auf jeden. Also das war wieder mal so eine Spec, wo wenn man die zockt, dann weiß man einfach wieder, wie stark Meta ist. Das ist Meta. Wenn die Leute Meta sagen, so, das ist vernünftige, eine vernünftige Darstellung von Meta einfach, von wie stark das ist. Hände um Gürtel. Ja. Wie hießen die? Pova. Ja, Ding, was wollte ich machen? Ich denke, ich roll mir ein paar Ringe. Was meinst du? Aber ich wollte gucken,
Oi, what would you like?
wo es denn die Vendor gibt. Für Randoms hier, alles klar. Ich bin ziemlich happy eigentlich mit diesem hier. Ich brauche auf jeden Fall Ringe. Die kosten ultra viel. Oh. Lass mal einrollen. 2. RIP. Ja, super. Wobei der Hay ist ziemlich gut eigentlich. Der Hay ist auch nicht schlecht. Das sind alle Upgrades. Ja.
Not bad. Later.
He's trouble, he is. But reckon it's the harmless kind.
RIP, noch sind wir in dieser, wir haben keine Goldphase. Welches Level? 47. Sagt man das so oder 74? Ne, 47. Ich verdrehe die Zahlen immer. Ich habe gerade erst den Ding gekillt. Akt 3 normal. Gerade eben. Ja, geht schon übelst steil. Also Endgame, beziehungsweise einfach Maps. Start von Maps ist diese Klasse schon komplett am Ausrasten. So richtig heftig. Guck mal, wie stark der jetzt schon ist. Oh, warte, ich muss das auf jeden Fall noch hier klären, ganz schnell. Ich glaube, Conduction heißt es. Was ich brauche. Ich habe den letzten Boss eben ohne Conduction gelegt, ne? Das hat sich voll elend angefühlt. Ich hätte, keine Ahnung, die Hälfte vom Fight mir sparen können. Hätte ich den gehabt. Nur kurz gucken, ob ich hier einen habe. Lied sollen krass sein. Ich glaube, alles ist krass momentan. Ich mache jetzt nach diesem Guide hier. Kann ich die linken? Und wenn du da einmal kurz so rein selbst, kannst du dir schon mal ein Bild machen. Das ist halt genau mein Playstyle, so ein Button einfach. Und Mobility on Demand.
Straight through the heart. Don't stand a chance.
Ja, wir rasieren schon heftig. Also jetzt ist Game Over eigentlich. Jetzt nur noch schneller und stärker werden. Ich habe mir halt so ein Beast gefarmt, ne, mit Haste Buff. Also der Guide ist gut, denke ich. Ich habe ja jetzt 100% Schock. Das ist ja total behindert. Alter, wie schnell alles kaputt geht. What the fuck?
Clean kill.
Ich hol den Wegpunkt nur schnell. Und es gibt keinen RIP.
about something of this
Wir könnten heute zu Maps kommen, aber
Strike twice.
das ist mir schon viel zu sweaty, denke ich. Vielleicht zocken wir noch was anderes später.
Your torment clears out no longer, you slimy bastard.
You slimy bastard! Ah, so it's not 100% Schokolade. Und bosses, I guess.
Devoured your last, you have.
Yes? Please, it's beautiful. Goodbye.
Now this house.
I need a new weapon soon.
Straight through the eye. You're as good as dead. This here was someone's home. Proof of a prowess! Rathan don't discriminate. It twists witches and innocents alike. Some Some strange magic's taken hold of these roots. Take this! This place bears the wounds of war. Heart and a storm! No rest for the wicked, eh? And that's that.
Where's accuracy? So now we need accuracy. Stack it. Sky high. But where? What the fuck? Where can I see it? And we need Dex. So I get 3% attack speed. For now, is that worth it? More than a skill level in games. 95.
Lightning strike twice! Back to the dirt with ya! The folk who have already died, they've fought well enough. Lightning strike blows! Clean kill!
Level 12.
Aye, I'm hearing voices now. And yet the spirits stay silent.
That was actually easy.
Here I would go well.
Oops. These bots. Travel to the Grailwood.
Aye, it yet lives. By what foul means?
What happened here? He's in.
Oh no.
The green.
Be right back.
Yes. Finn makes fun of Stay safe, if you can. If the...
Oi, traveller. So what? Ready? Go on then.
Heart of the storm. The hunt is on.
Don't let it escape. Keep on him. Expect its prey. Cut it down.
They all die eventually.
You're given a chance to recover.
Your struggle only spreads the poison.
You're wearing it down. Don't let up.
Teachers won't save you.
You're given a chance to recover. Almost there. Don't give up now.
It's a little too long, guys.
Almost there. Don't give up now. Spirit calls. That were a good hunt.
It was the roughest wisp yet.
This good hunting.
Crazy.
Man or beast? What are you? Straight through the arc. Hold on.
What?
I only hope the Asmeri have kept clear of this rot.
What? So I'm gonna make food. It's gonna be ready in like an hour, 1.5 or so.
Return to nothing.
And then we're gonna eat. Then we're gonna play another game. So in 2 hours we play another game. And I believe I wanna finish a game now. So we're gonna play one of the ones we are quite further in, I suppose.
Calls to mind
Maybe
the
Devil
Uncle
May
Tarek
Cry.
in his later years.
What is this? What is this?
Stone's back.
Oh! I was...
Time this tomb earned its name and kept the praetor's wife good and buried. That was almost a challenge.
resin of bone. My love, I call to you. Right of the full moon. My love, I call to you. Resin of bone.
Even your witchcraft couldn't save you.
Please, hurry.
Straight through the heart. Come on.
intrusion here! Rend your soul! The spirits here! You will have eternity to regret your intrusion here! Spirit's hunger! Come down!
Heart of the storm!
My beloved Asinia! You cannot stop me! Cut down! The spirit's hunger! Your intrusion will be punished! Now, your soul will join my steeple of death! These spirits are mine! Cut down! Your soul is mine! I require your aid, Asinia!
At your request. At your request.
Cut down! My beloved Asinia!
We as Mary are older still, eternal. A worthy goal. Lightning strikes twice. The odds is on.
You have the keys. Do my eyes again. What? At last, it's open! Praise the first ones! What is this? Grave, Isabel, Torkel, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer!
You're with your king at last.
Oh, hell, a little. See, will you pay them? None of it's junk by then.
You found. I don't. It's this.
Yes.
So.
Hello.
Sorry, I like to hold on to bits and pieces. It's beautiful. I accept. I will treasure it. Stay safe, if you can.
This hooded one. Take a look. Stick to the cairns. What have we got? Here's what I've got. Stick to the cairns.
Ah. Why, look. Feeling lucky? Deal.
her like it's a movie you can't turn off. You're stuck between wanting to move on and hoping she'll come back. But deep down, you already know what you need to do. You need to let go, not half-heartedly, not with one foot still in the past. You need to truly let go and never look back. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about. Because once you break free from this, you won't just get over her. You'll become a stronger, wiser, and more powerful version of yourself. So listen up, because this is the turning point you've been waiting for. Step 1. Accept that it's over. The hardest part of moving on is accepting that it's really done. And I mean really done. No more hoping for closure. No more waiting for her to change her mind. No more analyzing her social media posts like they hold some secret message for you. The moment you let go of the fantasy of what could have been, you free yourself from the grip she has on your mind. Most guys never get past this stage because they hold on to hope like a crutch. But hope is what's keeping you trapped. You have to burn the bridge completely. Think about it. Every time you check your phone, waiting for her to text, every time you look back at old pictures, every time you replay the good memories, you're holding yourself hostage to the past. But here's the truth. She's already moved on. And even if she hasn't, she's not sitting there analyzing every little thing like you are. That realization stings, but it's also what will set you free. Because once you fully accept that she's gone, you can finally start rebuilding your life without her shadow looming over you. Step 2. Cut off all contact. For real. I don't care how strong you think you are. If you keep any kind of connection with her, you will never fully move on. No texting, no calling, no checking her Instagram, no responding to her breadcrumbs when she just wants to check in. She lost access to you the moment she decided to walk away, and you need to make sure she feels that loss. Most guys fail here because they're too scared to fully disconnect. They think, what if she changes her mind? What if she wants to come back? But that's the wrong mindset. You're not her backup plan. You're not some option she can revisit whenever she's bored or lonely. You are the prize. And if she couldn't see that before, that's her loss, not yours. Blocking her, unfollowing her, deleting her number. It's not about being petty. It's about protecting yourself. Because every time you check on her, you're reopening the wound. You're giving her space to still occupy your mind, even when she's no longer in your life. Let me tell you this. Once you go truly no contact, your healing speeds up. You start focusing on yourself instead of waiting for her to validate your worth. And that's when you really start to win. Step 3. Redirect that energy into yourself. Right now, all that emotion, all that pain, all that longing, it's energy. And energy needs to go somewhere. If you don't channel it into something productive, it will keep pulling you back to her. So here's what you do. You take every ounce of that energy and you pour it into yourself. The gym, your career, a new hobby, traveling, building the life you've always wanted. Let me ask you something. Who were you before she came into your life? What were your goals before she distracted you? That's the man you need to reconnect with. Because right now, you've put her on a pedestal. But when you start focusing on you again, you'll realize something powerful. She was never the source of your happiness, you were. And here's the kicker, when you truly start leveling up, she will notice. Maybe not today, maybe not next week, but one day, she's going to look at you and realize she lost something she'll never get back. But by then, you won't care. Because you won't be the same guy who was crying over her. You'll be the guy who became so strong, so confident, so fulfilled, that losing her was the best thing that ever happened to you. Step 4. Reprogram your mindset. A lot of guys think moving on is just about time. That one day, they'll wake up and magically feel better. But that's not how it works. Moving on is a decision. You have to actively choose to break the patterns that keep pulling you back. That means whenever your mind drifts to her, redirect it. Instead of thinking about what she's doing, think about what you are building. Instead of reminiscing, remind yourself why it ended. And let's be real, half the time, you're not even missing her. You're missing the comfort, the routine, the validation. But you don't need her for that. You can create a life that is so full, so rewarding, that you never have to depend on someone else to make you feel whole. And once you do that, you'll realize something incredible. You never really lost anything. You just got rid of someone who wasn't meant to stay. Step 5. Never look back. Here's where most guys screw up. They do all the right things. They start healing, they start moving on, and then she reaches out. Maybe it's a hey, how have you been? Maybe she suddenly wants to meet up, and all those old feelings come rushing back. Listen to me, don't fall for it. That moment right there, that's your final test. She's not reaching out because she suddenly realized she loves you. She's reaching out because she senses your energy shifting. She feels that she's losing her hold over you, and she wants to pull you back in just enough to keep you on the hook. But you're smarter than that now, you know better. So when that moment comes, you don't respond. You don't give her the satisfaction of knowing she still has power over you. You keep moving forward, because when you truly let go, when you never look back, that's when you win. Final words. Hey man, I know this isn't easy. Letting go is one of the hardest things you'll ever do, but it's also the most powerful. Because once you stop holding on to the past, you open yourself up to a future that is so much bigger, so much better than you ever imagined. You are not defined by this breakup. You are not defined by her absence. You are defined by what you do next. So take this moment, this pain, and use it. Turn it into fuel. Let it push you to become the strongest, most confident, most unshakable version of yourself. And one day, when you look back, you won't just be over her, you'll be grateful she left, because she didn't break you. She set you free. Now go out there and live the life you were meant to live. And if you need more no BS advice, you know where to find me. Stay strong, keep moving forward, and never look back.
Hallo meine Lieben, herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Video von mir. Mein Name ist Marion Weber, ich bin Heilpraktikerin für Psychotherapie und Traumatherapeutin und mache diesen Kanal, um euch darin zu unterstützen, die Folgen von Bindungstrauma zu erkennen und euch Wege aufzuzeigen, wie ihr da rausfindet, um stark, stabil und selbstbewusst euer Leben gestalten zu können. So meine Lieben, heute möchte ich über ein delikates Thema sprechen, das möglicherweise bei vielen auf wenig Gegenliebe stoßen wird. Heute geht es nämlich um er liebt mich nicht, er liebt mich nicht. Und in diesem Thema sind Frauen angesprochen. Das, was ich heute bespreche, gilt für Frauen, nicht für Männer. Und da mache ich wirklich einen Unterschied zwischen Männern und Frauen. Männer und Frauen haben gleichen Wert und gleiche Rechte. Und dennoch sind sie unterschiedlich, Gott sei Dank. Und diesen Unterschied gilt es zu würdigen und zu feiern, im Guten. Das nur nebenbei bemerkt. Und dieses Video jetzt ist für alle Frauen gemacht, die einen Mann aus der Ferne oder aus der Nähe anschwärmen, der aber irgendwie nicht so richtig aus dem Pudding kommt. Und die sich fragen, er liebt mich nicht.
When we talk about mental health, we usually think of therapy, medication, or meditation. But did you know that the food you eat has a direct impact on how you feel? Your brain isn't just a mind, it's a physical organ. It's 2% of your body weight, but it uses 20% of your energy. And that means it needs nutrients to function in a healthy way. Studies are showing that you can reduce anxiety and depression symptoms by up to 33% by changing what you eat. So in this video, we're going to explore how the Mediterranean diet can be a game changer for mental health. We're going to dive into why it works and provide some really simple steps to help you incorporate it into your own routine. Now, in this video, I'm going to summarize what some of the research shows about how nutrition impacts our mental health. And in our information-saturated society, it's easy to get lots of conflicting advice about which diets work and what to eat and what not to eat. So what I'm going to encourage you to do is work with a doctor and with your mental health professionals as you make decisions about your health. So that being said, there is a diet that has been shown to be quite effective at improving mental health. And when I say a diet, I don't mean restrictive eating. I'm talking about what you do put into your body. So the most effective diet for mental health appears to be what is called the Mediterranean diet. So this is a diet high in vegetables, fruit, legumes, beans, nuts, fish, and unsaturated fats like olive oil. It is low in processed foods, red meat, and highly processed grains. And there have been a lot of studies on this type of diet. An overview of 41 studies involving over 1.5 million adults found that a diet low in sugar, saturated fat, and processed foods can reduce the risk of depression by 24%. Decreasing the inflammatory index was found to decrease inflammation in other studies, and people who were very careful to follow the Mediterranean diet decreased their risk of developing depression by 33%. A handful of studies show that the Mediterranean diet can even be helpful for people with bipolar or schizoaffective disorders. And scientists believe that there are 4 reasons why eating this way can improve your mood. So number 1, nutrient deficiencies can be linked to many mental health issues. So for example, micronutrients like B vitamins are essential for maintaining brain health and fostering neuroplasticity. Just an anecdotal example, I have a neighbor who is depressed and suicidal. He learned that he has a gene that doesn't process and absorb B vitamins very well. This gene variant, known as the MTFHR gene, is closely associated with depression. But when he increased his B vitamin intake, he said his depression symptoms and his suicidal thoughts drastically decreased. The Mediterranean diet is rich in essential nutrients like magnesium, omega-3 fatty acids, tryptophan-rich foods, and B vitamins. So these nutrients are vital for maintaining a healthy brain and stabilizing mood because they're basically the building blocks for neurochemicals like serotonin and dopamine. Okay, number 2, chronic inflammation has been linked to depression, anxiety, and even cognitive decline. So the Mediterranean diet is rich in anti-inflammatory foods like olive oil, nuts, seeds, vegetables, fiber, polyphenols, and omega-3 rich fish. So these omega-3s and other healthy fats are essential for brain health. They help reduce inflammation and they support neurotransmitters like serotonin. Fatty fish like salmon and sardines, these are staples of the Mediterranean diet. These are rich in these critical fats. Also, just having a large variety of foods can help reduce oxidative damage to neurons, and they promote better mental functioning. So researchers have found that sticking to the Mediterranean diet was associated with lower levels of anxiety, especially in people who had higher inflammatory markers. And it's also been shown to help prevent cognitive decline due to aging and also help prevent Alzheimer's disease. Now, decreasing inflammation takes more than just eating the right things. It also requires a healthy gut. And to get that, we need to feed the good bacteria. Now, there is a direct link between gut health and brain health, and researchers are still trying to understand why, whether it's the vagus nerve, which communicates from the abdomen to the brain, and the vagus nerve also plays a really big role in regulating emotions, or whether it's the way that nutrients are absorbed. So, for example, about 90% of the serotonin in your body is in your gut. We're not really sure whether it's the vagus nerve or these nutrients or whatever, but the research indicates that gut health is just really important to mental health. A healthy gut microbiome fostered by fiber-rich foods in the Mediterranean diet has been associated with lower anxiety and improved mood due to probably its role in producing neurotransmitters like serotonin. In addition to eating a lot of fiber that feeds the good bacteria, it's also helpful to add fermented food to your diet. So these are things like live yogurt, kimchi, and kombucha. These can all help support a healthy gut and a healthy brain. Okay, number 4 is blood sugar stability. So your blood sugar is directly linked to cortisol stability, which is a stress hormone. Blood sugar spikes and crashes can directly affect mood and energy levels, and this can often lead to irritability, anxiety, and fatigue. The Mediterranean diet promotes a balance of micronutrients, so proteins, fats, and carbohydrates that help stabilize blood sugar levels. And there's some really fascinating research coming out that stabilizing the energy supply to the brain can help drastically reduce symptoms of even bipolar and schizophrenia. So I've got an upcoming video on the metabolic treatments for mental health, and this includes the medical keto diet. But basically, long story short, giving your neurons a steady source of energy helps them function healthily. Okay, so the Mediterranean diet helps you absorb the nutrients your brain needs. It helps foster a healthy gut microbiome. It helps decrease inflammation, and all of this is correlated with an improved mood. But it can be hard to change. So let's talk about how to change what you eat. The most likely way to fail is to create some extreme changes all at once. So things like fad diets, restrictive eating, and complicated meal plans, they aren't sustainable and they can even be harmful. So instead, I would encourage you to look for 1 or maybe 2 small changes to make each month. And I think also it's easier initially to add things in instead of starting with restrictions. So here's a couple of examples of really small changes that will really add up over time. So the first one is just replacing butter or margarine with extra virgin olive oil. And you can use it to cook, you can drizzle it over your salads, or you can dip your bread in it. Olive oil is rich in healthy monosaturated fats that reduce inflammation and promote brain health. Okay, another thing you can do is try to fill up half of your plate with vegetables at each meal. And you can try to add in color. So like orange carrots, purple cabbage, green kale, blueberries, strawberries, beets. The bright colors indicate a variety of nutrients. And the more variety you eat, the better you're supporting your gut microbiome. Okay, number 3, switch out refined grains like white bread and pasta for whole grains like quinoa, brown rice, and whole wheat. Whole grains provide more fiber, which supports gut health, and it also helps stabilize blood sugar levels because these are a little bit more complex carbohydrates. Okay, number 4, try to add in fish to your meals twice a week. You can grill it, bake it, or even put it in a salad. Okay, number 5, for snacks, try adding in nuts and seeds like almonds, walnuts, chia, flax. These are really rich in healthy fats, fiber, and important vitamins and minerals. So for example, pumpkin seeds are super rich in magnesium, which help the brain regulate and be less anxious. Okay, number 6, you could swap out or choose fresh fruit for dessert after meals. Like, fruit's amazing. Give it a try. Raspberries, they're amazing. Okay, the last piece of advice that I'm going to add is in Mediterranean cultures, meals are often enjoyed slowly with family and friends. So make eating something that's enjoyable and connecting for you, and this can help you have fun and relax and feel more loved. Okay, so that's it. I encourage you to make only one small change. Switching to a Mediterranean way of eating does not have to be overwhelming. Add an extra serving of veggies to dinner, or swap out white bread for whole grain, or replace your usual cooking oil with olive oil. Every small change will get you closer to a diet that supports not only your physical health, but also your mental well-being. Mental health isn't just about self-care Sundays or therapy sessions, it's also what you put on your plate. So the Mediterranean diet is a powerful tool to nourish both your body and your mind, helping you feel more balanced and resilient and healthy. If you want to learn more about tiny changes that can really add up to help improve your mood, improve your mental health, make your brain healthier, check out my online course. It's called Change Your Brain, and I break down these changes into tiny little steps. You can do one step per month, and they're all backed by research. They show that you can really improve your mental health. You can treat depression and anxiety by implementing these small changes. So if you'd like to learn more, check that out. And also, if you found this video helpful in any way, I'd really appreciate it if you give it a like or comment below. This tells the algorithm to show more videos like this to more people who can benefit from them. Okay, thank you for watching and take care.
Are you going through a super intense breakup where your nervous system just feels frazzled and overwhelmed and you can't eat or
Hallo meine Lieben, herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Video von mir. Mein Name ist Marion Weber, ich bin Heilpraktikerin für Psychologie. Schaut uns intensiv an, sagt vielleicht Frau erobern.
I have to say right now so that you don't get mad at me, that later on. Hey guys, welcome back. Thank you for joining me for another video. So
wie du deine Gefühle für jemanden abschalten kannst. 15
If you have clicked on this video and you are currently
Today, we're going to learn about the neuroscience of how to live life without regrets. And we're going to learn this from a very interesting source, people who have died. When I was working as a psychiatrist, I noticed that a lot of my patients struggled with regret. They may have whatever diagnosis, but when I actually talked to them, what I noticed is that they were filled with regret. And this looked like a lot of different things. So for some of y'all, this will look like actual regret about the past, where you're kind of thinking about your past and you're saying, man, I really screwed up. I let that relationship get away from me. That was the best relationship. Breaking up with that person was the biggest mistake I made. Or I can't believe that I didn't study harder in school. And so your mind is kind of occupied in the past and you're filled with regret. And then what happens is your mind is so occupied in the past about the mistakes that you made that you can't even think about fixing them or improving your future.
So here's my situation. I just got back from vacation. I want to eat food that's nutritious and I want to eat food that's tasty. And that's where factor comes in. The cool thing about all
For some of y'all, this actually looks like inaction in the present. And how does that relate to regret? Well, you're sort of thinking, well, I don't know what to major in. Should I major in this or should I study this? Should I take this job? Should I not take this job? And so sometimes the fear of regret looks like paralysis in the present because you're so worried about making the wrong choice. If I date the wrong person, or heaven forbid, I marry the wrong person, then it'll ruin my life and I will be filled with regret. So we're paralyzed to act in the present because we don't know what to do. The third way that this looks, and this is the most unusual, is maybe you're someone who's very, very efficiency oriented. And anything that you do has to be perfect. And even when you do a good job, there's a part of your mind that doesn't even let you enjoy it and is kind of beating you up and saying, hey, you could have done this better, you could have done this better, you could have done this better. And if you really tunnel down into that, that's regret too. And so people who are so interested in optimizing every corner of your life, why does your life need to be optimized? What are you looking for? You're looking to wake up tomorrow and not regret the actions of today. So it's really bizarre, but the fear of regret and trying to avoid regret can keep you stuck in the past, keep you paralyzed in the present, and even keep you beating yourself up as you chase a particular future. And so let's understand, what is the fear of regret and where does it really come from? And so the key thing about regret is that it relates to time. So if you sort of think about, okay, what should I major in? What should I study in college? If you had an infinite number of years, then you could pick one thing, and then if that didn't work out, you could pick something else. So if you didn't have to worry about this dimension of time, then you don't have to worry about picking the wrong thing. If you have an infinite number of possibilities for relationships, if any particular relationship gets away from you, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you're going to have infinite opportunities in the future. And so if we sort of think about it, what is it that forces us to regret? It's the limitation of time. And if we take it one step further, why is our time limited on this earth? Because we die. So there's this fantastic text called the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying, where this group of Tibetan monks sort of figured this out. They figured out that the fundamental problem with attachment of life and regret is the fear of death. Because since we're going to die one day, our time is limited. Obvious, right? If our time is limited, we have to use time efficiently. We can't afford to make mistakes. And if we screw up, that time is never coming back. So regret has to do with limited time. Limited time has to do with the fear of death. How do we tackle this problem and start to learn how to live life without regrets? This is where we're going to turn to neuroscience. And this is where there's a fascinating case that I want to share with y'all. Generally speaking, when we look at what happens to the brain when we die, we're not actually watching the brain. Someone has died and then we'll do an autopsy, or we can sort of do a brain scan or something like that. We can measure the anatomical structures and we can see what happens to the brain after death, but we don't actually see what happens to the brain when we die. And so there's a really awesome case report that had an EEG, which is an electroencephalogram, which is something that's measuring the electrical activity of the brain. And we've had a couple of cases now in science where we've literally watched the brain die. And what we've learned is incredibly fascinating. The first thing to understand is that when people die, there is a synchronicity of all parts of our brain. And that if you sort of look at what happens is there's this midline cortical structure. There's this one kind of area of the brain that seems to be affected by the process of death. And what we sort of know is that we've seen a bunch of electrical activity, but then we'll have people who go into brain death. We'll see this change in midline cortical activity. We'll see this synchronicity across all the brain. And then if we bring that person back to life, we can actually ask them, what was being dead? What did it feel like? What was it like to actually be dead? And we can actually get answers to what is going on in the brain. So when this goes on in the brain, what is this person's subjective experience? And what we tend to find, and now we've got tons of cases of this kind of stuff, is that when people die, their sense of self kind of dissolves. So they sort of feel this like loss of the barrier of self. So I'm not me anymore. I'm just kind of this formless presence. And I feel really connected to everyone. For some people, life flashes before their eyes. And every moment of your life kind of like runs through your mind. And that could be that synchronicity across all the brain. So you get this hyperactivation of the brain right before you die. But the subjective experience is that I lose my sense of self. I feel like the personhood within me has died. And so the interesting thing is if you ask people like, what was it like to be dead? They actually say it's really great. So there are lots of cases where people really enjoy being dead. I know it's kind of weird, but that's really literally what they say. That when I sort of lose my sense of self, I feel very peaceful. I feel very connected. It feels amazing. It feels like I'm in a womb. I'm not advocating that y'all go kill yourselves. Please don't do that. We're going to teach you how to get all the benefits of that without actually dying. What it comes down to and what people have sort of called this is ego death. So scientists have studied this, and even psychologists have studied this, therapists have studied this. They've concluded that patients go through this experience of ego death when they die. In addition to bodily functions, there's a subjective experience that the sense of self dissolves. And so then the question kind of becomes, okay, if the sense of self dissolves when we die, which makes sense, right? Then, and that makes us feel happy and blissful, then the opposite should be true as well, right? As the sense of self increases, does that increase our pain and suffering of life? And that's what we actually know to be scientifically true as well. And this is where if you look at someone like who has schizophrenia, someone who has schizophrenia has an overactive sense of self. Now that may sound kind of weird. I'm not talking about narcissism. Literally what happens in schizophrenia is the part of our brain that associates ourselves with external stimuli is hyperactive. So I'll give you all a really simple example because I know that sounds confusing. So if I'm walking down the street and I walk past someone who's sitting on a park bench, the part of my brain that sort of governs self doesn't connect those two things. So I don't think that the person sitting on the park bench is in any way connected to me. The events that happen, like other people are living their own lives, there's random events going on in the world, it doesn't all tie back to me. I'm over here and there's random crap going on out there. But when you take someone who has something like paranoid schizophrenia, literally what we know from brain scans and tons of scientific studies is that the part of their brain that governs self ties themselves to all kinds of stimuli in the environment. So suddenly two people sitting on a park bench are monitoring me. There's a car that drove past and then I saw it reverse and park. Holy crap, that person parked because of me. So all of these stimuli all around us suddenly get tied into our sense of self. And this is something that is incredibly, I don't know how to, it's like terrible to live through. These people suffer every day because all of these benign stimuli that have nothing to do with me get associated with me. And so we even have evidence that ego death leads to peace and that hyperactivation of the ego leads to suffering. We also see this in cases of depression. So this is what's really cool is we can look at studies on psychedelics. And if we look at studies on psychedelics, we know that psychedelics can have a profound positive effect for people who are depressed. And if we look at the mechanism, how does a psychedelic affect and help a person with depression? It turns out that the more ego death they experience during their psychedelic experience determines how much their depression improves. And there are even studies that have looked at the therapeutic value of psychedelics, and they've looked at people who haven't benefited. And then they've asked them, what was your psychedelic experience like? And it turns out that the people who had more of an ego death experience, their depression improves. And people who have a psychedelic experience without ego death, their depression actually stays relatively the same. And this is another reason why I don't recommend people go out and just do psychedelics, because it's not that the psychedelic itself magically transforms and gets rid of depression. There seems to be some way to kind of activate that ego death, and that's really what we're looking for. Subjectively, what this feels like is people will say, I feel connected to everyone else, the barriers of self kind of break down, and I'm connected to my other human beings, and this sort of leads to a sense of compassion and stuff like that. And even on the neuroscience standpoint, we kind of know this. We know that when people are depressed, there's a part of their brain that's hyperactive, which is called the default mode network. And the default mode network is the part of our brain that governs our sense of self. And we know that psychedelics disable this. Ketamine, which is a dissociative agent, disables
and then you can
this.
come down over the
third thing
night.
that's really
It's going to be
interesting
nice.
is meditation disables the default mode network. So now we've reached a point where we kind of have talked to people who have died. We've studied their electrical activity, and we kind of know that as people die, they sort of feel really peaceful. There's this sense of ego death, and the opposite of ego death leads to suffering. So how does the neuroscience of ego death tie into living a life without regrets? And this is where we kind of come back to that Tibetan book of living and dying.
I was just thinking about ego death
what
today
is the cause
again.
of the fear of death? How do we as monks conquer the fear of death? And what they concluded is that misidentification with our ego is where the fear of death actually comes from. And this is kind of fascinating, right? Because this is exactly what the neuroscience showed us. When we disidentify from our ego through ego death, then we enter a blissed out state. And the Tibetan monks figured this out thousands of years ago. And so what they sort of figured out is that if you want to live a life of joy and bliss and without regrets, and you want to conquer that fear of death, the way that you do it is by de-identifying with the ego. The Sanskrit term for this is ahamkar, and we're going to dive into this a little bit more. So let's understand how the ahamkar leads to suffering. So when I sort of think about, so now, like I was born Alok, right? But at some point I became Dr. K. And the interesting thing is that once I become Dr. K, I open myself up to all kinds of joy and suffering. So now that I'm Dr. K, I'm a big guy, and that pumps up my ego, right? And I sort of feel like I'm a somebody. But the interesting that happens is the moment I start pumping up my ego, all these other thoughts kind of come in. Well, what happens if there's going to be a doctor one day who's better than I am, who's more handsome and more beautiful than I am? Oh my God, I'm now 40 years old. I'm getting older. Dr. K is going to be older. There's going to be someone sexier and more beautiful and more knowledgeable and knows more than I do. Oh my God, Dr. K is not going to be so great in the future. Or someone will start shit talking me on the internet, right? And now suddenly, like Dr. K, like that hurts me because I identify with Dr. K. So the moment that I put on the mantle of this ego identification, I actually open myself up to a lot of pride, but pride doesn't really feel good, right? Even if it feels good for a little while, like anytime you feel prideful, that's not going to last forever. And pride and insecurity go hand in hand. And so I open myself up to a lot of different hurt. And so this is what's kind of weird. The yogis kind of figured out that what I think I am is not really what I am. And you may have experienced this if you sort of thought, oh my God, my life is falling apart. I am screwed. But if you sort of think about I am screwed, the only way you can be screwed is if you are identify with that I. And maybe it's a breakup or maybe it's failing a single class and then you think your life is over, but you're unable to take a step back. And at some point, as you grow older, you learn how to take a step back, right? You start to learn, oh, the world doesn't revolve around me. Even though everything with my ego-based life, I thought this was everything in my life, falls apart, it doesn't mean that my life is actually over. So even everyone sort of learns some degree of that distance of identification with the self. And if you really want to conquer this, we're going to teach you a technique that will sort of train you in the process of disidentifying with yourself. And that is something that I call the mech pilot meditation. So when we sort of sit down and think about ourselves, I think of this as part of me. So if you do studies on people and you ask them, if you lost both of your hands, what would you do? And a lot of people would say things like, okay, if I lost both of my hands, I wouldn't even want to be alive. I would kill myself. I would rather be dead than lose both of my lives. This is the way that people think because they think I am me and, oh my God, without my hands, I wouldn't be able to live. The interesting thing is when you actually have accidents with people who lose limbs, ahead of time they think that they don't want to live, but afterwards basically everyone adapts. Like 95, I don't have specific statistics, but I want to say 95 to 99% of people actually adapt to losing a limb and are actually totally fine with it. So it's that idea of who they are and the life that they can live that sort of gets changed, and then human beings learn to adapt. So that's not really who you are. And the sense of self changes, right? Your thoughts change, your identity changes. Today I'm a doctor, but I wasn't born a doctor, but I'm still me. I was me when I'm born and I'm me now, but doctor isn't necessarily a part of it, right? Because if doctor is a core part of my identity, then it had to be there when I was born. So there's kind of this weird thing that the yogis kind of figured out, which is that there's a transcendent sense of self. Your emotions change on a day-to-day basis. What you identify changes on a day-to-day basis. Hell, even your gender, for some people, changes over the course of their life. So there's a lot of stuff about our ego that we think we are, where we're really none of those things. And the yogis actually figured out a way to teach you who you truly are. And that's the mech pilot meditation. And so is it possible to achieve dissolution of the ego or separation from the ego without dying or using psychedelics? And the answer is absolutely. Thankfully, these Tibetan monks and people in ancient India actually figured this out. So I'm going to teach y'all something called the mech pilot meditation. That's not the original Sanskrit, that's just sort of my adaptation, okay? So we have to start by understanding a little bit about what the ego is from a yogic perspective and what the true self is from the yogic perspective. So what the yogis and monks in ancient India, China, Tibet basically figured out is that there's one part of us that is constant, and that is really what we really truly are. So if you sort of think about your body and mind, the observation that they made is that the body and mind changes over time. And so, for example, who I am can't be my body because I'm always me, but my body is different. So when I'm first born, I'm very small, like I'm maybe like a foot tall. And then as I go on throughout my life, my body will change, but I'm always me. And they sort of tunnel down even further and realize that even these things in the mind, which we normally identify with, even if we don't identify with the body, because even if you lose a limb, like let's say something happens and I lose a hand or I lose a foot, I'm still me. And so the next thing that they kind of looked at is, okay, is me or does me come from the mind? And they sort of concluded that similarly, me does not come from the mind. So the ego comes from the mind, but who you truly are is outside of the mind as well. And the way that they kind of observe this is that they notice that once again, the mind fluctuates. So all the activities of the mind are never permanent. All of our emotions, all of our thoughts, even our sense of ego or identity will change over time. I used to be a winner and now I'm a loser. Therefore, that's not really constant. What they tunnel down into and what they discovered is the one thing that is constant is your capacity to experience, observe, or witness. So I know this sounds kind of weird, but if you think about any experience that you've had in life, whether it's good or bad, whether it's painful or pleasurable, the one common element, the one thing that ties together every part of your life is the fact that you experienced it. And even Descartes kind of tunneled down into this or discovered this with cogito ergo sum, which means I think, therefore I am. And what Descartes sort of looked at is he said that, okay, I can't trust my mind. Maybe my mind has hallucinations. Sometimes people think wrong things. So even sensory perceptions can be wrong. But the one thing that is Descartes' foundation as well is no matter whether I'm hallucinating or not, there's at least something that is experiencing the hallucinations. And the yogis discovered the exact same thing. So if we want to disidentify from the ego, and the ego is going to be sort of the way that we attach ourselves to our body and our mind, the way to do that is the mech pilot meditation. And this meditation is very, very simple, but it's actually quite difficult, and you have to do it for a long period of time to really see results. So all you have to do for the mech pilot meditation is just close your eyes. And all of the parts of you that you think are you, imagine that you are a pilot controlling a mech. And so if I tell my arm, so this is my arm, right? So I think that this is part of me. But if I kind of just wave it through the air with my eyes closed, what you'll kind of notice is that you can send a command from somewhere up here, and that the body will hopefully listen. You can also send a command from somewhere up here, and the mind will hopefully listen.
I don't know.
I think sort of realize this, that sometimes you get your, you try to get your mind to do stuff, but the mind doesn't actually listen. And so then the question becomes, okay, if I'm trying to force my mind to focus, which part of me is forcing the mind to focus? Because it's clearly not like I'm trying to force my mind, right? So in that moment, my mind is outside of me. It's something that I'm trying to exert control over. So what the yogis basically figured out, and this is what I encourage y'all to do in the mech pilot meditation.
Just because the mind has the power to do so doesn't mean that it needs to work like this.
Are actually objects for you to act on. So whether it's flexing my hand, right, or it's directing my mind to do something, and then something interesting happens. As y'all sort of notice that these things are outside of you, you can also ground yourself kind of in this awareness. And it's kind of hard to describe, but if you close your eyes and you sort of notice, where do you witness things? Where do you sort of feel that interpretation of body signals? Like, where's that center where all of this sensory information comes from? It actually comes from like somewhere up here. So what I want y'all to do in the mech pilot meditation is, first of all, just observe that all of the things that are you are actually things that you can look down on as a mech pilot. And the second step to the meditation is to actually start to sit in that place when you feel identified with the body or the mind. So I recently did this. I got food poisoning recently, and this was one of the challenges that I used to have, where even with food poisoning, I feel like I'm suffering. But the more that I sit inside the mech pilot, the more tolerable the suffering becomes. And my original research when I was doing this work at Harvard Medical School was actually on patients with chronic pain, and I would teach them to meditate. And then I would kind of ask them, hey, what is your pain score when you learn how to meditate? And the interesting thing about this study was that they found that the pain scores did not actually improve. So if you teach someone to meditate who's got metastatic cancer, their pain doesn't actually get better. But as I talked to them, I said, but you are feeling better. Why is that? And they said, well, it feels like there's a window between me and the pain. The pain hasn't actually gotten better. It's just, it affects me less. So this principle is actually tied into this idea of the mech pilot meditation. And the more that you can take distance from yourself and sort of just sit and notice the experience, notice the witness, the more that you can take a step back from your life, the more chill your life will become. And as you get stronger in this technique, as you learn how to witness and just sit with your experience, what you'll start to discover is that your life will have fewer and fewer regrets.
Yeah, it's easy to live when you full body disassociate.
If you have clicked on this video and you are currently experiencing thought loops and anxiety, a feeling like you can't even control your own thoughts or brain, surrounded by people who don't get you or respect you, or a voice or a feeling telling you that something is just not right.
Let's see what is Emma about.
I'm so happy you are here, because this, I promise
your thoughts carry
is the
energy.
only video you will need in this season of your life. Because the concepts and the practical, actionable stuff I'm going to share in this video is literally what brought me from regular depressive and anxious episodes, regular panic attacks, trying everything and thinking that I was the problem, to a new reality where those anxious thoughts, those depressive symptoms, they don't scare me anymore, and I alchemize them to my benefit. For years, I went through such a tough and dark period where I felt like I was constantly at war with my thoughts, with my
such
body.
A waifu, dude.
I could never find a community or people who understood. So I'm just here to tell you, if you're resonating with this and if this sounds like your story, I feel you. And I truly feel like this video is what you need, because this is exactly what brought me into a brand new reality with people who respect me, where I'm able to wake up and literally instantly feel joy, where I'm able to play and smile and be
so
myself.
Nice.
And I'm in this new dream reality that I didn't even think was possible a few years ago. I didn't know that it was possible to love yourself this much or show up for yourself this much. And everything in life has this glow to it now, because the barriers and the heaviness of those anxious thoughts have been lifted. And I want to show you exactly how to do that yourself, because you can. So you need to realize that you are running on a program right now. The you from a year ago, 5 years ago, has led you exactly where you are right now. And if you are in a state where you are anxious, where you are feeling those negative thoughts and you feel so not fulfilled and like dragged down, that means that you are running on an old program that no longer aligns with you. You are growing. This is an incredible realization because it means that you are able to level up and move past it. So you need to realize that every single thought loop that you feed, every single action you take, every person or video or situation that you sink your time and energy into, that is a vote for the kind of life that you want to manifest. And the
True, that is so true.
You can write a new program anytime you want because
Oh
your
my
brain
God.
is extremely plastic. Neuroplasticity means that throughout the lifespan, your brain changes. New neurons can form new connections. This is one of the greatest gifts because your brain literally aids you in creating
It is
a new
actually
reality
what's
for
keeping me
yourself. But if you
going
don't know
right now.
how to actively feed the programs you want and rewire this consciously, then you most likely will be stuck in a low vibration. You will most likely just pick up on whatever it is around you, and if those things are not high vibrational sources of things that align with you, then you will stay stuck. So the first thing that I want you to journal and consciously think about is, what are the thought loops you are feeding? Who are the people that you are
Yeah,
spending
I need
the most
to
time
journal
with?
much more
And
directly.
what are the actions and the habits that you do every
I just
single day?
randomly journal.
And the second question is, are you happy
Like random
if those things grow? Are you happy if those things start to take up more of your time and more of your energy? The next step to this process is letting go. And now I've made several videos on my channel about fully feeling negative emotions in order to let them go. We like to really one-dimensionalize and criticize ourselves. And rather than being our own best friends and saying, hey, you're going through a hard time, I will sit in it with you, we like to say, this is embarrassing. I shouldn't be feeling this. This is shameful. This is wrong. I deserve this. And all of that just creates excess energy that makes it worse and that delays your natural healing. The reason why these thoughts are coming up and all of this negativity and this darkness is because it wants to be expressed. On several of those videos, I've actually had people comment like, I have OCD. This is really difficult for me because I have OCD. I've been diagnosed with OCD multiple times, as some of you on this channel may know, and I have still been able to master this process. It is still extremely difficult. It is by no means easy. That's kind of the whole point. But nothing will stick around if you allow it to effortlessly flow. So what this looks like is, when that negativity shows up, when that scary thought shows up, don't feel the need to act on it. Just sit there with it. Talk to it. Realize that just like how you can have a relationship with your best friend, you should develop that same relationship with yourself. So don't feed it. Don't try to find evidence for it. Don't try to prove whether it's right or wrong, because your best friend deserves to have the space to just feel exactly what they're feeling and let it out, because we're all humans. These thoughts and these emotions are just that. They don't have any weight unless you put truth in them. And so let's say right now, when a thought or a negative emotion or a memory pops up, you like to feed it. You like to find evidence. You like to try and prove yourself right or wrong, and you try and push it down. Whatever your loop is right now, start a new loop. And you're going to realize it'll heal itself. But start a new practice of just allowing it to flow. And if it feels like too much, shake it off. Find a method like the tapping method where you can move your body and get the excess energy out. I assure you, the more you do this, the easier it will get. And the more you'll realize, oh, just because something pops up does not mean it is true. I can literally decide what thoughts to sink power and energy into. And that is how you start to truly love yourself and build respect for yourself. And through that internal practice, that is going to be reflected in your external world, with the people that you attract, with the experiences that you have. It all starts in here. How much
That all makes
drama are you
sense.
involved in? Whether it's on the news, whether you're scrolling through something and all of a sudden you're learning about something that you never cared to learn before, whether it's with your friends, how many of these problems are you concerned with, but you didn't actually choose these problems? That will always result in you feeling lost because you are not consciously choosing what you are putting your time and energy into. You must let go and no longer make space for these problems and this drama that you literally did not choose. I remember when I came to college, I was super excited for the social scene, but my priority was in doing research. That was like instantly what I wanted to get involved in and what I wanted to learn more about. But there were so many people in my circle that were so anxious about making friends, that were getting so much FOMO. And since I never had like an Instagram or anything like that, that was never something I dealt with. I was always like, I will just read and stay home and go to bed early. So notice what is actually yours and what is someone else's. And because over time, when I heard these people like being so anxious, I started getting thoughts of like, oh, is this something that I should be worrying about? Should I like stop sinking energy into the things that I knew I really wanted to do and start to sink it over here and like this drama and getting involved and getting noticed? And no, your body knows what is right and what is wrong. So notice in your life, what did you choose and what did you not choose? And if you want a really powerful journaling prompt for this, make a list of things you are no longer available for. And I made this list for myself and I read it aloud every single morning, one of the first things I do when I wake up. And if you would like some examples, I'm no longer for complaining and gossip. I am no longer for the opinions and perceptions of other people. I am no longer available for being stressed and anxious. Make a list and read it out literally every single day of what you are no longer available for and what you will no longer give room for.
So in this case, the video is very small, so it shouldn't take very long to get this video already been uploaded. So I'm going to just you'll see that the car is going backward, and that's to upload it to Canva. You can just do what we want, and we just need to wait until the video is rendered and we can download the reverse video later. Well, the process is pretty good, but and we on this tool of the video, and I'm going to go back.
Makes it so much easier for you to sink time and energy into the things that you chose, that your soul craves and your soul desires. Because do you really think that your soul, that your true self, your highest self, cares about what these other people are doing? No. And you lose your power. You give away a little piece of your power every time you choose the noise over your inner voice. Period. Next. Let's talk blockages. Your desire cannot come in if you are still blocking it with something else. I'm taking my socks off. This is getting real. So, common blockages include fear of what someone will think, fear if it'll all go wrong, desire to really try and grasp and control the situation. For example, for a while, I allowed myself to be available to a group of people who I really did not feel aligned with. Like, I remember I would leave this group of people and always have these anxious thoughts. I always questioned whether or not they respected me or liked me or wanted me there. That is so draining. And for the longest time, I continued, like, showing up to plans with them. When they wanted to hang out, I would go. And I didn't say what I truly felt, and I didn't, like, cut the cord and, like, say, hey, I need space and, like, break up with them, because I wanted to keep this, like, world peace, nice girl vibe, like, we are all one. All of that might be true. All of that is true. But you do not owe anyone anything. You do not need to give space for someone who is draining your energy and lowering your vibration. That does not mean one is better than the other. That just means they're not a match right now. There is resistance. And so I needed to break that view of myself and break up with them. But that was a blockage that I had because I was so scared of how other people viewed me that I was choosing their perception over my joy, over my energy. And so when you cut that cord, you are popping the illusion of the blockage, and you instantly can let something new in. I remember when I broke up with that group, literally instantaneously, it was like left and right, new people were coming in, people that I never even like saw before were coming in, and they were so much more a match to me at that time. And I remember being like, oh, these people were not there before. So a lot of the times you need to remove what is no longer serving you, even if it feels extremely scary. If you are addicted to watching videos on YouTube and you always feel like you need more information.
No, I'm addicted.
Like you're ready to go out and venture and create on your own or live on your own without information. It is time to delete that and prove yourself wrong. And something else will fill the space that you have made in your life. So recognize the blockages that you currently have and ask, what could come in if you were to remove them? Because only by removing these things that no longer align with you only then will you be at the energetic match to let new things in. Next, we're talking a mindset shift. And this is, if you were the CEO of your life, if you had to oversee all domains of your life, how would you act differently? Think your health, your mind, which includes your knowledge and your mental health, your relationships and your work. How would you approach those differently? With each passing thought, allow yourself to say, does this fuel me right now? Or can I step this aside and leave it for later? Do you want to see how a CEO would make a decision? I have embodied this mindset. And now, when a extremely dark or anxious or traumatizing thought comes up, what I say is, okay, I'm not going to let you sit in this. I'm going to alchemize it through art. I'm going to journal about it. I am going to go for a walk. I am going to pray. I am going to write a song. I'm going to create something out of this really potent energy instead of allowing it to sit and fester in your body. When I am in bed all day and I don't feel like doing anything and I'm extremely anxious, it is getting up, listening to that voice in your head that is saying, get up. We're going to shake this excess energy off of you. We're going to put some music on and we are going to dance. Because the CEO in my head knows
oh my god.
Emotion follows action. If I were to just sit in my bed all day and not want to do anything, I am attracting that vibration and I am attracting more thoughts that align with that. The CEO in my head knows when I want to rest, I deserve it and I rest intentionally. I don't rest by watching reels. I don't rest by gossiping or complaining. I deserve to recharge myself through reading, through journaling, through meditating. You have that voice in your head that is so powerful, that has all of the answers that you need, that comes to you not through criticism, but through kindness, because it knows that just more criticism is going to make the situation worse. The CEO in my head actually is able to hear the critical voice and say, you know what? I appreciate you. I get you're trying to help me, but she doesn't need that right now. So tap into that power that you have. And even if you don't think you have it, for the longest time, I never thought that that voice existed in me. Allow yourself to sit in that silence, approach your thoughts with kindness and allow them to flow. Feel the breath coming in and out of your nose, and I assure you that that voice will come up. I assure you, especially if you are watching videos such as this one, you obviously have that drive to learn more, to cultivate yourself, to sink time and energy into things that truly matter to you. You 1000% have that voice. The next thing. Ooh, this is so good. When we manifest or think of our desires or work towards something that we want to do, we always think about the highs, right? We always think about what it is that we want, what it is that we want to let in, but we never think about the lows. So a journaling or a thought practice that I want you to do right now is not only how does your higher self deal with their highs and what are they like at the highs, but how do they deal with their lows? When they are feeling these anxious thoughts, when they are feeling self-doubt, when they are having depressive symptoms or feeling like very sad or angry, aka when they're being human, how do they deal with that? Because lows are inevitable, because growth happens and lessons happen in the lows. But when we're in them, we think it's going to last forever. We think that this is how things are always going to be and it's always going to come back, and we're so clouded by all of these extra thoughts, probably because we're not approaching them and letting them flow with kindness, that more of them seem to come up and it just makes the situation worse. But inevitably, things will always get better. Like inevitably, things always pass, no matter how terrible it might feel in the moment. Trust me when I say, what you're dealing with right now, I assure you, it is going to pass. In a few weeks from now, or a few months from now, or maybe a year or two from now, you're gonna look back and realize, oh, wait a second, I don't even think about that thing anymore. That thing wasn't even a big deal. My brain was just playing tricks on me and I just didn't know how to let it flow or how to feed the right energies. So the lows are inevitable. So journal and write out like a step-by-step, how do you want your highest, best self to deal with the lows? What kind of problems do you want them to have? Do you want them to be like involved in drama and complaining and gossip? Probably not. So that's why, remember step 1, distance yourself. Or do you want them to have creative challenges? Do you want them to, You know, maybe be bickering with someone that they love, but someone that they know will truly support them and is there for them consistently. What kind of problems do they have? And how do they approach and deal with those problems? Ooh, okay, this is the last thing for today. Invite, play, and purpose. And if you are watching this and you're like, I have no idea what my purpose is, I feel so far from that, do not worry, because I got you. So I have notes for this video, and I think that this bullet point that I was writing earlier just says it really perfectly, so I'm just gonna read off of the laptop. When you were a child, you effortlessly were your authentic self. You spent your time pursuing what you loved doing, and you had no limitations enforced on you yet, so the world had a certain glow to it. You are so deeply in the pure present moment because you were not yet programmed by external forces. You naturally knew how to feed the energies that served you, and being sad about something never lasted for too long because you allowed your emotions to effortlessly flow. You knew, deep down, your nature knew that you were deserving of that space and of that kindness. Then comes your caretakers, peers, content, advertising, and a society enforcing all of these beliefs and realities onto you. And you, not knowing how to protect yourself from this, you adopted them. So you are probably still carrying beliefs from your childhood without even realizing it. And it is so deeply rooted into your program that you never questioned it not being reality. And so now that we're nearing at the end of this video, I want you to go back to what you loved doing as a child. Was it playing soccer? Was it reading? Was it making music? Was it playing out in the grass and suntanning and going in the pool? What was it that you loved doing as a child? Because that is what your soul is craving more of. When you are in that extremely low, anxious, depressive place, feeling like people are judging you, that is just your body's way of telling you you are at a disconnect with your purpose right now. You are not inviting enough play into your life. You are inviting space for all of these like low vibrational, like darkness, heaviness. Trust me, the reason why I'm like feeling it right now is because I know exactly what you're going through. Like to a T, I know exactly what you're going through. But what you need is more play. What you need is to invite more of what you loved doing. Schedule it, because your soul will start to realize, oh, wait, these beliefs that I've been holding on to are not real. This is not me. Me at my core, I am so light and full of love, and I knew effortlessly how to play and how to sink my time and energy into the things that I loved. And you are so deserving of that. So whatever it is that you love doing, invite more of that into your life. That is it, my love. If you have made it this far, I love you so much, and I really truly hope that this helped you and that this resonated. Please leave me a comment or even just email me. Like, I would love to hear your story, and I love hearing from you guys so much. And I'm sending you so much light and love and power on this journey because it is so fucking difficult. I can't even curse on YouTube, but like, it is so difficult. And I just know that you got this, and that this is going to teach you so much. Look at how much it has already taught you about what it is that triggers you, about maybe what it is that you want to invite more of into your life, or what you don't want to do anymore. It's been teaching you so much. And even if the thoughts feel so intense, so real, please just deep breaths right now. Do the journaling practices. Be as kind as possible to yourself. I have other videos on my channel that are a lot shorter than this one, that are more about how to.
Hello, my name is Fenna. Welcome to the Self-Compassion channel. I'm a certified coach and counselor, and I work with people in a Limerent episode.
What is with her eyes? Is this makeup? It looks crazy.
Now, Limerent, are you consumed by longing for this one person? Do you have the feeling that your emotions are a little bit out of control, obsessing over this one specific person? Maybe you've heard of the term limerence, maybe you haven't, maybe you should look it up. But in any case, in this video, I will explain you why this happens and what to do to regulate your emotions. Of course, books and movies and songs describe this arty kind of aching for one person and how incredibly romantic that is. But in real life, it kind of feels shitty. It feels really bad to not have reciprocity. Not the reciprocity that you want and need, because maybe there is some reciprocity, but in any case, or in this case, not enough to relax. not enough to feel secure and have the emotional limbic resonance. And what I mean by that is that the amount of interaction you have and the consistency and the clarity resonates with your feelings and your needs and therefore your nerve system. And when we kind of get what we want, but not really, that's when we get in trouble. That's when we're subconsciously going to work really hard to try to get it. By obsessing and ruminating and thinking and longing. Obsessing is an attempt of our mind to figure out a problem, which makes a lot of sense, right? But sometimes the figuring out this unsolvable problem becomes a problem of its own. You can't stop it. So again, the obsessing indicates that there is a problem in the relating. You are not getting what you want and above all need. But in order to keep in this relating, since we're going to try harder to get what we want to keep in it. So we infuse this, we infuse the relationship all the time. We want to keep it alive. And we're going to compromise our well-deserved need for more. You try to convince yourself that it's okay to have less in return. You try to convince yourself that this is absolutely fine just to keep the connection. Maybe I should not make such a big deal out of this. And maybe breadcrumbs aren't that bad, or this lack of emotional connection. Maybe it's all in my head. Maybe you blame yourself. I'm too demanding. I'm too sensitive. I should let go of my ego. You can't trick your nerve system. You are not getting what you want and need, and that explains the intense longing. There is a disconnection. Longing exists when there is no or a limited access to the other person. We humans are wired to want to be with someone we are attached to. And if that person is gone or a little bit gone or we want more, it's a trick of Mother Nature, so we go seek for the person we are depending on. It's super handy for survival to go think of this person, so we start to long and then we seek for this person. And in grief, the most difficult emotion is not sadness, it's longing. The longing is crazy making. So when we're longing in an attempt to get our needs met, we bend over backwards to keep this relationship somewhat alive, and the longing increases. The problem here is that this creates confusion within yourself and in the relating. Boundaries tend to get blurry and you become more and more confused about what you want, what you need, and what you deserve in this relating and also in any other potential romantic relationship. We get confused in what is normal. We prioritize the overwhelming need to win over this person, and once we get this person, we can restore our self-esteem and we can calm down. At least that's what we think. And since intermittent reward, such as contact on an unpredictable scale, creates addictions, we get addicted to another person in this case. So, long story short, I'm going to tell you after what to do about the longing. But the longing indicates that there's a problem because it's an attempt to get our needs met. By the way, if you like this video, consider giving it a like, not only for my ego, but also to create awareness about limerence, because there's not enough. Okay, what to do? Well, first of all, you need to take a cold, hard look at what you want and need. I have clients who want to spend 1 hour trying with me to read the other person, analyze them, try to guess what their motivations and intentions are and why they are what they are. And I tell them, I don't care what the other person wants and thinks and means, and if they have trauma or not, and if they have attachment issues or not, and why they do what they do. The why is not relevant. I ask them, what do you want? Are you happy? Are your needs being met in this relating? Are you relaxed in this relationship? Well, the answer is no, otherwise you would not be longing so hard, because longing indicates there is a problem. So be very clear in what you need. Do you need someone who's clear in how much they like you? Do you need someone who you can see every day? Or do you want or need to define the relationship? What do you need? What do you want? That's the first step. Second, what you need to do is you need to understand that the longing distorts our reality. The longing overshadows our reality. We take the longing as proof that this is a potential and worthy relationship. And I love the quote of Alan Robards. He has a beautiful quote on this. He says, having intense longing for someone only proves that you have intense longing for someone. Alan Robards is a relationship expert here on YouTube. You should check him out. He's really good. So longing means that your needs are not being met for whatever reason. It's not proof that you are a good fit. It's not proof that you will make each other happy. It's not proof that the other person wants to be with you. It's not proof that the other person loves you. It's not proof that things will work out and will change. Unfortunately, there is no off switch for the rumination and the intrusive thinking and the longing for a person. There is no off switch. You can meditate all you want, but you will not immediately have results from that. But you can always choose your behavior. Do you want to stay in this situation? No? Okay, then it's time for action. What do you need? Do you need clarity from this person? Then you ask it. Do you want the longing and the fruitless thinking to go away? Then you starve it. You decide to start the detaching progress. If this is a relationship that is not good for you, you walk away. You walk away, you endure the pain until it gets better. You should have emotional nourishment from a romantic partner. And there are millions of people who want what you want. There's nothing wrong with wanting safe relating. But putting all your energy in the wrong person, that's kind of a waste of your time, and you should not try that too long. It confuses you, it's wasting your time, and it messes with your boundaries and your self-esteem, and it makes you settle for less. And please, limerents, let us all stop settling for less. We have needs, and that is okay. You deserve more than fruitless longing. If you want my help in one-on-one coaching, please send me an email. And for now, I want to thank you for watching this video, and I hope to see you in another video. Bye!
This video took me forever to write. There is a big problem happening with a lot of men right now. Most of us, including myself, did not see this problem coming. And even when we did not take it seriously enough. In this video, I'm going to talk about what that problem is, how it is creating huge numbers of disillusioned, unhappy men, and a record number of single women. And I am going to finish by giving some practical tips for both men and women who are struggling to find love because of this problem. Let's start with a cultural moment many of us are sharing right now. The TV show Adolescence, currently airing on Netflix. I, like so many other people, took 4 straight hours of my life to binge watch this show that everybody is talking about. Don't worry, there won't be any spoilers here, but the show revolves around the story of 13-year-old Jamie Miller, a young boy whose life takes an unexpected turn after a tragic event involving a classmate. Over 4 episodes, the series explores themes of adolescence, societal pressures, and the impact of online cultures. At the time of making this video, this show has been watched by over 70 million viewers, more than the population of France. That's not just because it's an incredibly made show with exceptional acting, which it is, it's also because it struck at the heart of something that has been bubbling under the surface for a long time. The issue of what's happening to men in society. If you don't know me, my name is Matthew Hussey. I am a coach, a speaker, a writer, the author of the book Love Life, and I have this YouTube channel that helps people with mental health, relationships, and their confidence. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, be sure to do that. Don't forget to like the video and hit the notification bell so that you don't miss future videos. One of the most disconcerting themes in the show Adolescence is its focus on the influence red pill culture has had on teenage boys. I recently spoke with a friend of mine back in England who said that the show has got parents' heads spinning as they rapidly try to play catch up with what their kids have been consuming online and how it may be affecting their views towards women, which, if you've seen the show, is actually a mirror of the experience of the parents in the show. If you're wondering what red pill means yourself, or you've heard it floating around the internet in debates around masculinity, dating, or even politics, the term comes from The Matrix, where taking the red pill means waking up to a harsh, uncomfortable truth instead of staying in a comforting illusion. In the modern world, red pill culture has become a philosophy around men who believe society has lied to them about women, relationships, and male identity. Basically, the idea is that men are often taught to be overly agreeable, emotionally vulnerable, or self-sacrificing sacrificing in ways that actually hurt them in dating and in life. In reality, the red pill community argues, 80% of women want to be with the top 20% of men, who are in that top 20% because of their looks, status, confidence, and money. The remaining 80% of men are often overlooked, friend-zoned, or not seen as attractive partners, especially in the age of online dating and social media, where comparison is constant and perceived options are endless. Some aspects of this philosophy, at least ostensibly, focus on helping men build confidence, set boundaries, and stop being people pleasers, while other parts have veered into anger, resentment, and broad generalizations about women, promoting a kind of us versus them mentality that quickly becomes excessively toxic. So when people say they've taken the red pill, it's possible they mean that they're waking up to the fact that they need to improve their life, but it's also highly likely they've started to see women and relationships through a deeply cynical lens. While red pill culture raises real issues like loneliness, rejection, and the pain of feeling unseen among men, too often it answers those issues with hostility instead of healing. For the purposes of this video, I'm less interested in what's happening to highly impressionable teenage boys and more interested in the adult culture that is influencing them in the first place. The insecurity, bitterness, and disillusionment seen in the barely teen boys in the show is echoed in what's going on with an ever-growing number of adult men in the world today. Here are some scary recent stats about men. Suicide rates among men under 30 have risen by 40% since 2010 and are 4 times higher than among young women. A 2022 Pew Research Center survey revealed that 63% of men under 30 identified as single, a significant rise from 51% in 2019. The same survey found that the percentage of single men actively seeking either a committed relationship or casual dates decreased from 61% in 2019 to 50% in 2022. So what exactly is going on here? And what does it have to do with why so many men and women are finding it harder than ever to get into a relationship? The relationship recession. Firstly, if your experience is that it's harder than ever to find love, the data supports your experience. In an article from The Atlantic titled "Americans' Marriage Material Shortage," Derek Thompson writes, "American adults are significantly less likely to be married or to live with a partner than they used to be. The national marriage rate is hovering near its all-time low, while the share of women under 65 who aren't living with a partner has grown steadily since the 1980s. The past decade seems to be the only period since at least the 1970s when women under 35 were more likely to live with their parents than with a spouse. This is also reflected in the data on birth rates in recent years. John Byrne Murdoch wrote in the Financial Times, "In the US between 1960 and 1980, the average number of children born to a woman halved from almost 4 to 2. Even as the share of women in married couples edged only modestly lower. There was still plenty of couples in happy, stable relationships. They were just electing to have smaller families. But in recent years, most of the fall is not coming from the decisions made by couples, but from a marked fall in the number of couples. Had US rates of marriage and cohabitation remained constant over the past decade, America's total fertility rate would be higher today than it was then. The central demographic story of modern times is not just the declining rates of childbearing, but rising rates of singledom, a much more fundamental shift in the nature of modern societies." So basically, what all of this is saying is that it used to be the case that birth rates were falling because less people were deciding to have kids. But now they're falling because there are just way less couples. Way more people are single. So if birth rates are declining because there are way less couples, why are there way less couples? Lyman Stone, a researcher at the Institute of Family Studies, suggests it is because young men are falling behind economically, and men's odds of being in a relationship today are still highly correlated with their income. Stone said, "Women do not typically invest in long-term relationships with men who have nothing to contribute economically." So the theory goes like this. Less men are graduating from college, while record numbers of women are graduating from college. Alongside this, the income of less educated men has stagnated, while women's earnings have increased. The result, Stone says, is a lot of young men today just don't look like what women have come to think of as marriage material. In basic terms, this means as women have progressed, as their lifestyles and their earnings have gone up, their standards have also gone up. They've become choosier. Damn you, female empowerment. An enormous amount of this, unless you are someone who believes in the subjugation of women and having them be forced to be reliant on men, is a good thing? Do we actually want to go back to a time when it was enough that a man having a job and not being violent gave him bragging rights as a good husband? What are you talking about? I put food on the table. I never laid an hand on you. I treat you like a queen. I know if I am ever to have a daughter, I will be teaching her how important it is that she go out and earn her own money so that she never makes a relationship decision based on the need to rely on a man or a woman financially. Financial independence isn't just the freedom to choose the life we want, it is the freedom to choose the partner who is right. Others, however, have argued that women are hypergamous by nature, which is to say they marry up in terms of wealth, status, and resources. So when they become financially independent, they don't exercise the freedom to choose anyone they want, free from the constraints of financial practicality. Instead, they now have an even higher bar than before. Find someone with an even bigger paycheck and even more resources than I have. Well, let's just assume this is true for a minute, and that the data is correct, that young women aged 16 to 24 now earn nearly 10% more than their male peers, and in 2022, single women owned 58% of the nearly 35 million homes owned by unmarried Americans, while single men own 42%. Then you do the maths. What that means essentially is that there are way less men than ever before who are deemed marriage material. As Scott Galloway put it, how many of us have said, I know a ton of great single women, they just can't find a date. That's not true, he said. They can't find a date that they find economically and emotionally viable. Many men are also quick to point out what feels like a brand new double standard, that men still be expected to pay even though they are dating women who do just as well as them, if not more so. Looking back, if I were a smarter person, I would have realized that a video of me on stage talking about these double standards titled Who Should Pay on a Date, going insanely viral many years ago, was a sign of things to come.
When you're on a date, who should pay?
I know. I mean, that's what I told them. You know, I'm sorry.
But,
I would say, I'm dating. We're dating.
But here's the
gentleman here.
Yeah, okay. He's supposed to pay.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
But you're supposed to have sex with him whenever he says.
No. Whenever both.
Where does this double standard come from? I'm sorry, it's the reality. You guys can moan at it all you want, but the moment you say to a guy, you have to fucking pay for my time, you're saying this relationship isn't equal. This relationship isn't equal. My time is worth more than yours, so you should pay for it. I wonder what paradigm that sets up.
One comment I saw online reflected a growing sentiment among men, where he wrote, dating for men is like paying for a job interview. Combine all of this information with the fact that I hear all of the time from women that when they try to date men who have less than they do, the men themselves seem to have a giant hang-up about it and get intimidated, and, well, it's a giant mess. So basically we have an army of newly choosy women and an army of men who feel invisible, overlooked, and increasingly hostile, all put together in a pressure cooker of economic uncertainty and unprecedented political division. Never fear, social media and dating apps are here. Oh, top 10 places to get pancakes in New York. What was this video again? Ah, yes. Smartphones will save us, delivering an endless stream of stimulation and options to us from the comfort of our own couch. The two insidious words that are ruining our lives here are options and couch. First, let's look at the options problem. Options create entitlement on both sides. Men and women alike are awash in profiles that depict impossibly curated lifestyles and bewilderingly filtered faces that lead to expectations that simply cannot be met by reality. I look like a rat right now, don't I? It is now entirely possible to go on a date with someone you met online and find that when you arrive at the restaurant or coffee shop, you literally cannot find the person because their actual face is different from the person in their pictures. But social media doesn't just create entitlement when it comes to who we want to attract. It invites massive amounts of comparison with our perceived competition. Women see other women looking perfect. Men see other men the same age as them, seemingly living a millionaire lifestyle while they struggle to pay rent. The effect of all of this isn't just in America or Europe, it's all over the world. John Byrne Murdoch in the Financial Times wrote, gender researcher Alice Evans has shown that relationships are down just about everywhere, like a stock in the stock market. Relationships are down. Some Islamic authorities blame Western values and social media for the shift. Damn you, Western values! When women are exposed to more Western media, Evans argues, their expectations expand. We must find a way of stopping these women's life expectations from expanding. But how? Max, get my cloak. Social media, a woman veterinarian in Tehran told the Financial Times, also glamorizes the single life by showing how unmarried people live carefree and successful lives. And it makes people keep comparing their partners to mostly fake idols on social platforms. So, We have the options problem. Then there's the couch problem for both men and women. Social media has constricted so many people's lives, which is especially dangerous for men who typically spend less time investing in their friendships and real-life support systems than women do anyway, and whose motivation to go out and meet women, even for fun, is muted by the unending and immediately available rabbit hole of online porn. I don't want to claim that this video is comprehensive in discerning all of the factors going into what's going on with so many men right now. For example, I haven't even touched on the fact that men are way more likely to be right-leaning politically now than women, and how the political differences between the sexes introduce a litany of incompatibilities, some superficial, some far more fundamental. But hopefully this video is a start. In a sense, none of this would really matter if we were all happy with our lives the way they are. But as Derek Thompson writes, marriage is strongly associated with happiness. According to General Social Survey data, Americans' self-described life satisfaction has been decreasing for decades. In a 2023 analysis of the GSS data, the University of Chicago economist Sam Peltzman concluded that marriage was more correlated with this measure of happiness than any other variable he considered, including income. None of this, by the way, is designed to be leading to some kind of grand statement of belief on my part that we should all be in relationships and that we can't be happy single. I don't believe either of those two things, and I wrote a chapter in my book, Love Life, Happy Enough, for that reason, because I believe it is entirely possible to be happy enough to live a great life without a relationship. But the fact remains that many people deep down truly want companionship and either feel that it is not available to them, have given up, or are letting their superficial preferences get in the way of them experiencing an amazing relationship. So, for the people who want a relationship, whether they will say it out loud or not, what is the answer to these deep and complicated challenges? This is probably the subject of a whole other video because this one is already way too long, and some of the solutions are macro, like Scott Galloway's suggestion to invest more in the middle class to help men who are falling behind. But I am not in government, and my impact is always the most powerful, in my opinion, when I'm helping people work with how life really is, not how we'd like it to be. So I will just give you some initial thoughts, and you can tell me what you think in the comments. First, to all of the men who are struggling or relate to any of the things that I have said in this video. For many of you, I know that life has not been and continues to not be the privileged walk in the park that you keep hearing it is from the outside. You may be struggling both financially and psychologically, feeling behind in life, and to add insult to injury, feel like because you're not successful enough, tall enough, or good looking enough, you're fundamentally not enough for women in general. But this does women a disservice, and it treats them all as if they're some kind of giant hive mind with no will of their own as individuals to decide their own nuanced preferences. Not all women want the same thing, and many of them are far deeper than the people on TikTok simply looking for a 6'5" blue-eyed trust fund chat. But yes, if you aren't stereotypically attractive, you may find yourself with very few matches on dating apps. But charisma, humor, being interesting, being great company, and having a great outlook on life go a very long way. But these aren't tools you can easily flex online. So maybe online isn't your place. Maybe it's out there in the real world, being in communities, having face-to-face interactions, and letting people organically come to the realization that you are way more awesome and attractive than any of the superficial people they have dated before. For that to happen, it's important that you aren't constantly anticipating the punch, imagining that women won't want you once they get to know you, or feeling emasculated the moment you find out there's an area of life she's excelling in. Her success takes nothing from your intrinsic value, and your ability to admire her success without feeling threatened by it or feeling the need to compete with it will set you apart from other, more insecure men. Also, be careful on hating on people who are drawn towards people who are successful. It doesn't automatically make them superficial. And it's a double standard that some of us have to be mad at someone else for having a preference when we ourselves disqualify people based on our preferences all the time. In any case, you don't need to be outwardly and superficially successful to be a hardworking man, to have a vision for a better life for yourself, and to have a resilience that is noticeable and admirable when it comes to getting through hard things. These are all insanely attractive qualities that don't require superficial success for them to be expressed on a date. Dating is storytelling. You are telling the story of where you came from, who you are, and where you are going. If you learn to tell a better story, you will attract more women. And in regards to the women who don't give a shit what your story is until they know what car you drive, don't give them a minute of your time. You don't want the woman who wants you because you have it all. You want the woman who would be by your side if you lost it all. Now, to women. Whenever I hear this toxic, stereotyping BS about you coming from certain male communities online, I champion you everywhere I go. You know that. You've watched me on interviews, on YouTube, and constantly fighting that fight for not allowing you to be stereotyped in unfair ways. Because I've spent 18 years of my life working with you, and I know you deserve better than that. But man, does some of you give the rest of you a bad name and make it hard to defend you against those stereotypes. If you want an authentic relationship based on mutual respect and admiration, date someone who respects and admires you, not someone who gets the message loud and clear that the reason you are into them is because of what they've achieved and what they have. If you achieved a great paycheck in your life, an enviable lifestyle, and a fancy job title, good for you. That's amazing. Wasn't the whole point of that so that you could choose whoever you wanted without relying on anybody? If you're in a position to choose a relationship for love and not security, you already won. So take advantage of that position. Realize that you being more successful should make the dating pool bigger, not smaller. You can't go around calling men superficial when you yourself cannot see past the fact that a man doesn't have the exact style you'd like him to have, the height you said you wanted when you were 25, or the kind of job or status that you think would impress your friends when you tell them about him. And to everybody of any gender, we have to realize that physical attraction is way more interesting than simply finding someone who fits our preconceived type online. Life is way more interesting than that. We get attracted to people we never would have expected to get attracted to when we actually spend time with them and find out what's beautiful about them, what's unique about their energy, or what we respect about their standards in life. And no matter what, remember, statistics don't matter to the individual. No matter what the trends are in dating and relationships, the reality of your life is that you are one conversation away from meeting someone who makes this entire video irrelevant. Before you go, there is a program that I would love you to try of mine that for those of you that are struggling in dating because you reach out to people and you don't hear back, or maybe you start texting them and you feel like they're just not trying very hard, they're sending you one-word responses, or maybe you feel like you get talking to people or you even go on a date or two, but then it just fizzles, nothing comes of it. And what you want is real momentum in your dating life. This program is that program. It's called the Momentum Texts. In it, I give you 67 pre-written text messages that are all designed to give you momentum in the early stages of dating for all different situations, right? From the minute you start talking to someone in that first message to after a first date to when you're well on your way to having a relationship and looking for commitment. And of course, you can make them your own. It's not that you have to send them word for word, but they're things that I have created that you can play with as ideas, and they're really valuable. The program is $7, which is basically the price of a coffee these days. Go check it out. I know that you're gonna love it. It's at momentumtexts.com. So I'll leave a link below as well, momentumtexts.com. Let me know what you think, and I can't wait to read your comments on this video. Thank you so much for watching, as always, and I'll see you next time. Because why did you break up today? Well, because I made a fuss of something today. Right. Maybe you didn't make a fuss about it last month or over the last 6 months. Maybe you didn't tell that person how you've been feeling for years. So in that time, you were choosing not to break up with them. You were choosing not to have a conversation that you know could lead somewhere bad. But today you chose to have the conversation. Why? Because on some level, some part of you was ready to risk something. Now, in this study, Steve, 40 people, both male and female, who had recently gone through an unexpected and unwanted breakup in the last 6 months were given a powerful nasal spray to reduce emotional pain. Now, I say in quotes, powerful nasal spray to reduce emotional pain, because this nasal spray, in reality, did fuck all.
Oh, you mean it didn't heal your broken heart?
They hadn't researched and found a chemical cure for a broken heart that came in the form of a nasal spray. No, Steve. But people were told that it would make them feel better. And these 40 people reported feeling better after seeing an image of their ex. Scans show that their brains responded differently too. So it wasn't just a feeling, it genuinely was a different reaction in the brain to the picture of their ex. Now, it was just saline solution. The nasal spray didn't contain any chemicals, but these findings suggest that placebo treatments reduce emotional stress by altering affective representations in frontal brainstem systems. This suggests that if you believe you are being helped through the breakup, this can massively help your breakup. In other words, the act of taking action alone can engender results. What do you think about this, Steve?
I think that's a bit like self-care, isn't it? If you take some time for self-care, you are signaling to your body that this is recuperation time, that you are doing something nice for yourself. There's probably something going, I know it's not going to heal a broken heart, but like going to a spa probably tells you that you want to relax and do something positive for your body, and it makes you even feel more lifted and de-stressed because you have signaled to yourself that it's time to de-stress. And I guess if you tell yourself, I'm recovering from this by doing good things for myself, seeing friends, a broken heart, it's probably a weird mix of psychological and physical healing.
Does it ever make you wonder how many of the things we do to get any result actually do anything? And how much of what we do is literally just our intention giving us this sense that we are actually better?
Yeah, I do sometimes think that even with coffee. I've drunk
No calls, no texts, just silence. At first, you tell yourself they're busy, but as the days go by, doubt creeps in. Did something change? Did you do something wrong? Or is there a deeper reason they've gone quiet? The truth is, when someone suddenly stops reaching out, it's never random. Psychology tells us that silence speaks just as loudly as words, if you know how to read it. And in this video, I'm going to break down exactly what it means when someone pulls away, why they do it, and most importantly, what you should do next. Because sometimes their silence isn't rejection, it's revealing something you never expected. Section 1. The psychological reason behind silence. When someone suddenly stops calling or texting, your mind races for answers. But here's what most people don't realize. Silence is never just nothing. Psychologically, it's a form of communication. And whether they know it or not, their silence is sending a message. So why do people go silent? The reasons usually fall into three main psychological patterns. Emotional overload. They feel too much, so they shut down. Sometimes silence isn't about a lack of feelings. It's about too many feelings. When emotions get overwhelming, the brain goes into defense mode. Instead of facing what they feel, they withdraw. This can happen after a deep conversation, a romantic moment, or even just realizing they care more than they expected. If someone has been hurt before or struggles with vulnerability, their instinct might be to pull away, not because they don't like you, but because they do. The avoidance reflex. They don't want to confront their feelings. Another common reason for silence? Avoidance. Some people are uncomfortable with emotional depth, difficult conversations, or even just admitting their true feelings. So instead of addressing the situation, they go quiet, hoping it will fade away on its own. This is especially common in relationships that are in that in-between stage, where things are getting serious, but one person isn't ready to deal with it yet. The power play. They're testing you, consciously or subconsciously. And then there's the psychological game of silence. Some people, consciously or not, pull away to see what you'll do. Will you chase them?
I am Ray, and you don't need to wait on God because God's already waiting on you. Don't you know this? I mean, think about it. Creation is already finished. God already did his work in like 7 days, and he even rested for one. But you, lazy, don't want to put in the work? It's okay, I forgive you. Sometimes we're just scared. We hesitate, and we procrastinate. Not good. But once you realize that God has already worked everything out, all that's left to do is walk the path. Because you might pray to God for something. And sometimes it can feel like you're just waiting on your prayers to be answered. Like ordering on Amazon. Click. Oh, my package should arrive within, I don't know, anywhere between 2 days and 8 weeks. But there's no email notification. There's a reason that Jesus said, pray as though your prayers have already been answered, because they have. But see where the problem lies. You asked God for something. Maybe your dream life, maybe a new job, or maybe some money. But this is where everybody goes wrong. Well, step one, they don't take action on it. They don't do anything about it. Because you cannot really have without doing something. And then the second reason that people get messed up is that they act from a state that is not in aligned with what they want. What does this mean? If you ask God for something, and if you don't act as though it has already happened, then you will not be aligned with what you want. For example, if you're struggling to pay your bills, and you ask God for some change, God says, sure, I'll give you all the change in the world. Let me call Obama. Ring, ring. But if during your daily life, you begin focusing on all the lack and scarcity, you're living by your senses, you go in the cupboard and say, oh, there's no food in here. Well, then you're basically telling God, God, I know you're all powerful, but this one's too big for you, I think. So I'm going to keep worrying because, I don't know, whatever reason. So you act out of alignment with what you want. This is simple mathematics, my friend. You cannot receive abundance and act from scarcity. And another area where people kind of get messed up is that they just act too much. Too much. They're doing too much. Without managing their state of being. Without managing who they are. What does this mean? It means you're running too fast and you're going to trip and fall over. And that is kind of why people say, wait on God. So 3 mistakes when walking the path that God has laid out for you. Number 1, procrastination. God is waiting on you. You don't need to wait any longer. Just go. Just do something. Do what's right in front of you. Do what calls out to you. As it is said, if you take 1 step, God takes like 2 or 3 or something like that. So you have to begin walking the path. Number 2, going too fast. Being too attached to the outcome, to the desire, and not managing your state of being. Also, relying too much on your own ego, not enough on God. In order to receive clarity of God's vision of your life, you must find a little bit of stillness, some inner silence, because there's a million voices going on all the time, in our head and around us, and we have to be able to discern right from wrong. You have to get the swords of truth out and cut down all the lies. I see a lot of people struggle in life simply because they live too fast. Slow down. Think about what you're doing, for God's sake. And you can avoid lifetimes of trouble. 3rd mistake. Was there a 3rd one? I'm drawing a blank. You didn't see anything. No, was never. This never happened. Too much yin, too much yang. Imbalance. Death. Oh, I'm getting some PTSD. You see, the problem that people get trapped in, religious people especially, is the pitfall of being too humble. Because we say, well, pride is bad, humble is good. But these are just 2 opposite energies, and they both have a light and dark side. So I say to you, my friend, be humble toward God, but prideful toward the world. What does this mean? You see, the reason that evil people can just take over the planet is because all the good people, all the good-hearted individuals, they say, oh, well, I don't need much. I don't want any worldly things and money and power. That's not for me. And then all the evil people are saying, I will do whatever it takes to take over the world, and I will destroy anybody who gets in my way. The humble are not motivated to do all that much. Think about the immigrants. I'm Mexican, so I can say this, I think. Can I say this? Is this politically correct? Oh, I forgot. I don't care. Mexican immigrants tend to be super humble. But what does this manifest as? Slaving away for pennies. It's okay. I don't need much. I don't need much to feed my family. Only a few dollars. Let me get my Mexican accent in order. What that is being humble before the world. So what happens? You don't strive for greatness. And so God cannot give you anything better than what you accept for yourself. If you accept a little bit, that's all you will get. But if you want greatness, you must accept greatness for yourself. Meaning, you must stand on your own 2 feet and say, this is what I want. This is the life that I desire. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I don't care what religion thinks. I don't care what society thinks. I don't care what anybody thinks. Being a little bit prideful. Being a little bit selfish. Because, well, the evil people are going to do it anyway. And all it takes for evil to flourish in this world is for good men and people to stand by and do nothing. And a lot of the times, it's false humility, false morality. In the background, we say, ooh, well, I kind of want this, but no, I can't let people know that I want this. I have to be humble. It's just wearing this mask of religion or spirituality and saying, oh no, I am beyond these worldly things. I don't need them. Those are for the animals, these Neanderthals. And so what happens is that pride just walks through the back door. And humility is the surface. It's just a mask. It's not real. But when you wear pride as the mask, humility is the essence, is the root. Because you know, well, for instance, you can't fill the cups of others unless your cup is overfilled. Meaning you have to take care of yourself. You must take a stand for yourself and say, this is what I want, this is what I will not tolerate, I deserve better, I am the best. But if you think, oh, well, I don't deserve much, I'm okay with a little bit, how can you help anybody? But because of religious conditioning, we say, well, we should be humble, we shouldn't be prideful. And I struggled with this on my journey. As I began recognizing my power, I felt resistance towards stepping into it. Because, oh, I was scared to be prideful. It's bad. But then I realized over time, wait a minute, I am powerful. I'm not afraid anymore. You learn to step into your God power. But you will not claim your power when you're too humble. You are made in the image of God. Now let me poke your button for a moment and see if this triggers you. This means that you are a divine creator. And this means that you are a God. And you may feel a little bit of resistance to this. I am not a God. I'm just a humble little human being. Well, just a little monkey. Oh, there's nothing. I'm no harm to nobody. You see, the prideful evil people already believe that they're a God. And they're probably more aligned with the truth than you, perhaps. All human beings have the power of God. And you can create any life that you desire, regardless of your current circumstances. And this is what I've discovered, is that God doesn't necessarily just want to do everything for you. God wants you to step into your power and do things for yourself. You have the power to create your life and your reality. So use it. Why would you not use it? It's because of fear. Because the big daddy religion says, no, you must serve and bow before me. And if you do not, you will get the swords. So we're afraid of our God power. We're afraid to take on that label. Because, oh, it's heresy. This is blasphemy. I'm going to go to hell or something. Well, at least you won't be in hell on earth. Because that is what happens. Those who do not know their power have no power. And so they become a slave to somebody who knows their power. And most often, the evil people, they claim their power. Because they're honest. They're authentic. Unlike most humble people. I say it is better to be honest and evil than to be a good liar. And those who lie the best are those who lie to themselves. If you have a desire that contradicts your religious belief or your spiritual beliefs, and you suppress that desire, you create conflict within yourself, a split in your psyche between the version of you that wants to be all high and mighty and moral, and the version of you that has animalistic desires, that wants things that are not always good for you. And so you're always going to be fighting with this beast. When what we want to do is return to wholeness, which means accepting all aspects of ourselves, especially the darkness, especially the ugly parts, because the very nature of God is wholeness, totality, the ultimate. So if we want to align with God, and also God's purpose for our life, we must become whole. You see, your purpose is you, because when you embark on God's calling for your life, what you will find is that there's going to be all kinds of problems and resistance. And all of that resistance is coming from you. Being attached to one thing, to certain energy, to certain patterns, having all of these different desires and things you want to avoid. They're going to keep you stuck. They're going to prevent you from moving forward. And this is a great thing. You want obstacles on your journey. This is a process of growth, and you want to have fun with it. Imagine yourself like Humpty Dumpty, and you're going through life trying to pick up the pieces. Oh, here's a piece, here's a piece. And at the end of it, you become a whole individual, and you step into your God power. God has already made the game. You just have to play it. So there's no such thing as really waiting on God. It's just paying attention, slowing down a bit to get clarity. And sometimes you feel like you're waiting for a long time, waiting for a sign, an answer, please, something. The answer is already there. But if we do not slow down enough and find some inner stillness, a little bit of quiet, we will not hear the voice. Because God's voice often whispers, and all the voices of the world and of our mind, these thoughts are loud. But how you will know if it's God's voice is that it will be undeniable. There will be no ambiguity about it. So, if it's a maybe, then it's a no. If it's not a hell yes, then it's a no. Ironic. A heaven yes. Doesn't have the same ring to it though. And that is how you know what to do moving forward. You begin to reflect a little bit. Just observe your life, think about it, use your active imagination, and then what is the first thing that pops up that is a hell yes? Follow that. And oftentimes we think that, well, our purpose or our mission in life is going to be hard and full of struggles. So we fear taking that next step. That is why we procrastinate, that is why we hesitate. But I say to you, my friend, it is not supposed to be an endless struggle. It is supposed to be a labor of love. The struggle is good. The obstacles, the challenges, the roadblocks, all part of the process. But it will be the most enjoyable thing you ever do, embarking on this journey. And the next step, and the next step, and the next one. Just continue fighting this. And you can think about it long term, you can think about it short term. What are some things in your life that you know you want to do? And what are some things right now in this moment that you know you want to do? And if you keep following this, your life, your path will unfold beautifully. How do I know this? It's because, well, there's only really two answers. Simplify life. This is how I see like animals live. They're just going along their day. And every moment it's either yes, no, yes, no. That's all they know. No and yes. That's why if you look at a little bug, it's like, it looks like it's on a mission. Where are you going, man? But really it's just, yes, I will go this way. No, I will not go over here. Oh no, I'm being eaten. We call this your emotional guidance system, like a plant that knows when it's growing closer to the sun. Ah, yes. And when it's straying further away, oh no, it's cold. God is guiding the birds and the ants and the plants. And this is how. But as human beings, we get stuck in our minds about things. And we get lost in our thoughts. We have to go back to basics, feeling our way into the right path. Because it's simple. Yes leads you to heaven and hell, and no leads you to hell. And with your higher wisdom, you have to think about it. Well, is it just a temporary yes and then a no later? Or is this a temporary no and a yes later? Like going to the gym. Sometimes you don't feel like going to the gym. Sometimes it's hard. Hell up front. But then it will be heaven later. And sometimes what seems like heaven right now becomes hell. That is where your higher wisdom comes in. The power of discernment. Of not just engaging in temporary pleasures all the time because I told you just do what you like, but having the common sense to know what is truly good for you. And the thing is, even if you do stray off the path and you go a little bit this way, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because sometimes the way to heaven is first through hell. So on the journey, don't get distracted by detours, labeling them as bad, as mistakes, as, oh, I did the wrong thing, this is not good, I'm not going in the right direction, God is mad at me. Stop it. Because God is speaking to you every moment, guiding you along this journey. The problems you face are not setbacks. They are the way through. The obstacle is the way. Meaning on the journey as you face difficulties, problems, addictions, self-destructive behavior, negative thoughts, that is the doorway to what you desire. The dirt and the darkness and the poop, that's where all the spiritual nutrients are. There once was the tale of the Knights of the Round Table, and they were in search of the Holy Grail, which is God, essentially. And they made their way to a dark forest, and they said, it's probably in there. And each man went into the forest at the place in which it seemed darkest to him. And the same thing goes for you. What you want is in what you're avoiding, what you don't want to look at. In that scary forest, there is a big monster, guarding the Holy Grail, and you have to face that monster. And God will be there for you. But most people are so afraid of living their purpose. They're afraid of the dark forest. They're afraid of the monster. They're not that interested in receiving the Holy Grail. So they settle. They sacrifice their dreams on the altar of practicality. But once you realize that God is always in control, that the dark forces that come for you, they're not here to destroy you. They are your greatest teachers. Every experience is helping you learn something new about yourself. If you can take a step back and self-reflect. Again, that's why we should stop living so fast. Because if you live too fast, you don't reflect. And you keep making a bigger mess of your life. And at the same time, if you're too slow, you never begin the journey. Or you allow distractions to distract you. At the end of the day, your time has to be filled with something. It's either going to be filled with the most important things you ever do in life, or it's going to be filled with distractions and duties and repetitive tasks. All are called in this life, but few answer the call. Deep within you, there is a vision. And it doesn't matter how old you are, there is a vision for the rest of your life. You, as the center of gravity, little potato head, you naturally draw into you these different experiences that are meant for you, things you are attracted to, and they are also attracted to you. But if you don't take the time to make this a priority, to stand up for yourself and say, oh, wait a minute, I can live any life I want, so let me think about it. Yes, I would like this and that. And you start day by day, just the vision becomes more and more clear, and then all you have to do is walk the path and just find what's the next hell yes. And sometimes it won't be so obvious. And the hell yes might be taking a nap or going into meditation, relaxing, doing nothing. And that's okay. I mean, that's what I do. I literally just think about, okay, what do I want to do next? What is good? But without a vision, you have no direction. Imagine like water, like a river. If you go with the flow, without solid river banks, the water is just going to spill out everywhere and nothing's going to happen. This is people who drift through life. They go with the flow, but they're not going anywhere. We become grounded in our vision. We have to balance water and earth. The earth gives us direction of where we're going. And once we have a solid direction, a solid vision, then we can go with the flow. Because then life is guiding us to our destination. But you have to have a destination. And you may be so spiritually advanced that you don't really care anymore. You don't need a vision. You don't need to do anything. It's just, joy. Then your hell yes is just, enjoying the present, enjoying life, and just seeing what happens. And that's perfectly okay. But you might become too much earth, too much working hard, too much trying. I'm trying to force my reality to be the way I want it to be. I'm trying to force my vision. So what happens? You become dry. You burn out. You don't feel the water of life. So life just becomes miserable and you're just a slave, beating yourself into whatever. So you want to go with the flow, but build a pathway for that flow to go. And that pathway is God's purpose for your life. Your soul's purpose, and that vision is already within you. You just have to start digging it up. You don't have to make it up, because when you start imagining, when you start thinking about this, there are going to be things that arise that make you say, hell yes. And there are things that'll be like, oh, well, maybe that would be cool. And that's fine. A lot of things as you walk the path will fall away. You'll no longer be interested in them. So all you have to do is follow your interests. Don't let society castrate your life. Because society and the people around you will say, well, you should probably do this, because if you don't do this, you're going to struggle, and, you got to get a job. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Who are you going to listen to? Your Uncle Tony? Or are you going to listen to God? It's just you and God from here on out. And God will use others to speak to you. But you have to be connected. Otherwise, you might allow other people's judgment to lead you astray. So just remember, there's only 3 things you need to create anything you want out of life. Your dream life. And everybody has this available to them. 1, you must have a vision. This is your GPS. You got to know where you're going, or you're not going to go anywhere. Number 2, you must have faith or understanding. Understanding in your God power, or faith that God is always in control. This is the gasoline that ensures that you arrive to your destination. Because inevitably, there's going to be problems, resistance, or roadblocks. And if you don't have faith or understanding, these things can keep you from making it. You might give up, so don't do it. And number 3, all that is required is that you take the first step, return to the present moment, and do what's in front of you. And forget everything else, because everything else is just mind stuff. What in the moment calls out to you? What grabs your attention? What grabs your interest? What makes you say, hell yes, this is what I want to do next? Same thing goes for up here too. So I encourage you, write it down, journal. And as you start putting the puzzle pieces together, the vision of your life will become clear, and you'll start knowing exactly what to do next. You will see a beautiful life for you unfold, my friend, like a flower. Let me know how it goes. I am Ray. Visit my cool store. And if you still feel like you're stuck on your journey, you can always talk to me, and we'll set you straight. I am Ray, and you don't need to wait on God.
What does someone with dismissive avoidant attachment need to do to change and become attachment secure? I'm Dr. Sarah Hensley. I'm a specialized social psychologist, and I've been studying the science of attachment and attraction inside romantic relationships for over 15 years. I have worked with hundreds of dismissive avoidant clients, and I know them like the back of my hand. They need 2 things to change. 1, they have to acknowledge and recognize their patterns of being inappropriately distant inside of romantic relationships. They often do not see this. They do not see their behavior as a problem. They often see that the partner is just too needy, right? And wants something from them that they can't give. They often have this I am who I am mentality, which really gets in the way of accountability and growth and development and change. So oftentimes what it takes is to set a hard boundary with your DA partner. Like, either you recognize that we have a problem here, or I have to leave this relationship. That is not an ultimatum. That is a boundary to protect you. An ultimatum is do this or else, right? I'm going to throw a threat out there in order to try to force you to change. A boundary is if you do this, I do that to protect myself. And so if you are in a loveless, neglectful relationship with a DA, you need to set a hard boundary. You have to stop self-abandoning. Your own attachment anxiety that is keeping you stuck is something that is your responsibility to work on. Your self-abandonment is yours to fix. Now, the DA, if they want to stay in the relationship, has to admit there's a problem here. We know this from 12-step research, right? The very first step in change is admitting there's a problem. If you can't even admit there's a problem, you will never seek a solution. Number 2, they have to have tools that create capacity for emotional vulnerability, for healthy emotional processing, and to work through conflict and to meet the needs of their romantic partner. What do I mean by capacity? Well, a lot of programs, coaches, courses provide understanding. And understanding is great. Like I said, it's the first step. It shouldn't be the end result. So when you go through a program, a coaching program, or even if you go to therapy, you shouldn't just leave there with a whole bunch of understanding, okay? A DA is going to learn, oh wow, I am not that vulnerable, and maybe I was forced to suppress my feelings as a child. Great. That gives you some understanding into your pattern, but does it do anything for you to create change? No. DAs need capacity in two very fundamental areas. They have to be able to understand their deactivating thoughts and gain metacognitive skills around changing those and reframing those. So deactivating thoughts of the dismissive avoidant are so predictable that I meet with dismissive avoidants and I can say, I bet you I can predict your thoughts. And they are blown away that I do. Their thoughts are usually, I can't give her what she needs or him what she needs. They're asking too much of me. This is not fair. They're criticizing me for no reason. You know, they have too many needs. You know, this sounds like a they problem, not a me problem. It's, you know, all around this sort of self-defeating victim mentality that makes them just want to crawl into their turtle shell and seek their isolation. So they can continue to seek emotional suppression and engage in the exact same patterns that you are having a problem with. The second tool they need to learn is emotional processing and self-regulatory ability. So they really have this sort of catch-22 situation going on. They cannot feel their feelings appropriately. They naturally, it means unconsciously, without any thought, go into emotional suppression and distraction, right? That's how they keep from feeling their feelings, as they pour into things that distract them away from their emotions. They need to learn to bring their emotions up through the body, label them, feel them within the body. So they have to feel the physical sensation of emotion, which we refer to as feelings. We call them feelings because they're felt, okay? And then they have to learn the regulatory capacity to bring that emotional energy down, aka calm the nervous system. Now, they have an additional step. Oftentimes, they are up into a level 2 freeze response. So they think that they're coping well with emotion, but really they're just suppressing and disassociating. So they have to learn to understand that, feel it, bring the emotions to the surface, understand them, label them, be able to talk about them, and then know that they are in control of bringing them down. Because one of the things that DAs are deeply, deeply afraid of is that on mostly a subconscious level, if I feel my feelings, I'll be out of control, right? And they need to hyper control. They are hyper independent and they hyper self-soothe through suppression. So I teach them that, look, they're not going to lose their superpower of being able to compartmentalize, but they need to understand that it is not always appropriate to compartmentalize. They have to actually allow those feelings to come up and be processed through the body. And when they do that, the more comfortable they get with it, and they get the regulatory capacity to move from freeze or flight down into a regulated state, they get comfortable with vulnerability and they can do it more and more. So understanding does not lead to change. Skill development around metacognitive skills and around emotional processing and self-regulation is absolutely key for a dismissive avoidant to step into attachment security. I have created a coaching group that does just that, and my DAs thrive. If you don't believe me, go to my website, thedatingdecoder.com, and click on testimonials. Most of those testimonials are from DA clients. So I have another group starting tomorrow. I would love to see you in there. March 6th, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can sign up on my website, thedatingdecoder.com.
I am Ray, and you don't need to wait on God.
Why does it feel like the people that you want to love you the most are the ones who make you feel the most unwanted? You give, you sacrifice, you try to be the absolute best for them, paying attention to every single detail. But somehow, it's never enough. Instead of your love bringing you closer together, every time you reach for them, they pull away. And the worst part is the harder you try, the worse things seem to get. I know this pain because I lived it on repeat for almost 2 decades. 2 decades of chasing love that never stayed. 2 decades of waiting to be chosen while feeling completely invisible. 2 decades of questioning why am I never enough. But here's the scary
am I? What's happening? I'm trapped in a storm? How did I get here? And where is here? Wait, there's the lighthouse. I'll be safe if I can make it there. I hope. Please let me make it there.
Can I want a ultrawide fix?
What's going on, guys? Today I'm going to be showing you how to do the 21:9 fix for Life is Strange that allows you to make the game run in fully working ultra wide. So what you want to do is first download XVI, which is a hex
Gonna have to hack a man the ultra wide.
editor, which I will leave for you in the description. So once you've downloaded this, you go into File, Open, and go to your Life is Strange folder. Mine's in my Steam folder, Steam Apps, Common, Life is Strange, Binaries, and then find your install. The exe here, open it, and once you're in, do Control F and go to hex string here and enter in these numbers and then click OK. And once you get to here, what you want to do is you want to change it to 8, and once you get to, and then click OK and enter in these numbers, do Control F and go to hex string here and enter in these numbers and then click OK. And once you quit the program and launch your game, and that will mean you can now play the game in 21:9 without the black bars and
Hackerman.
Here. Wait, there's the lighthouse. I'll be safe if I can make it there. I hope. Please let me make it there.
Holy shit, what is this, dude? If I would see something like this in real life.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I would piss my pants. Holy moly.
So surreal.
Famously called film Little Pieces of Time. But he could be talking about photography, as he likely was.
Okay, I'm in class. Everything's cool. I am okay.
From light to shadow. From color to chiaroscuro. Now, can you give me an example of a photographer who perfectly captured the human condition in black and white?
I didn't fall asleep, and that sure didn't feel like a dream.
Bueller?
Weird.
Diane Arbus.
Look at this crap. How can I show this to Mr. Jefferson?
Why Arbus?
I can hear the class laughing at me now.
You feel like totally haunted by the eyes of those sad mothers and children.
She saw humanity as tortured, right? And frankly, it's bullshit. Shh, 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 shh. Keep that to yourself. Seriously, though, I could frame any one of you in a dark corner.
I can't believe I still have this pencil case. I should upgrade to the 21st century.
One of you could do that to
I do
me.
love my analog camera.
Isn't
I
that
should take a quick picture now.
too obvious? What if Arbus chose to capture people at the height of their beauty or innocence? She had a brilliant eye.
The meta was going on in the background way too
I
interesting
should take
to
a
care
picture
about
to prove I'm still
the MC
here.
right now.
Plus, and I haven't kept up with my journal as much as I should.
Robert Frank.
Me too, Vic.
Look at this crap. How can I show? I do love my analog camera. I should take a quick picture now.
Economic conditions of the era, but a beauty in the struggle. Shh. I believe Max has taken what you kids call a selfie. A dumb word for a wonderful photographic tradition. And Max has a gift. Of course, as you all know, the photo portrait has been popular since the early 1800s. Your generation was not the first to use images for selfie expression. Sorry, I couldn't resist. The point remains that the portraiture has always been a vital aspect of art and photography for as long as it's been around. Now, Max, since you've captured our interest and clearly want to join the conversation, can you please tell us the name of the process that gave birth to the first self-portraits?
I did know.
I did know, but I kind of forgot.
You either know this or not, Max. Is there anybody here who knows their stuff?
Louis Daguerre was a French painter who created daguerreotypes, a process that gave portraits a sharp reflective style like a mirror. Now you're totally stuck in the retro zone. Sad face.
Very good, Victoria. The Daguerrean process brought out fine detail in people's faces, making them extremely popular from the 1800s onward.
I
The
can't
first
believe I
American
still have this
daguerreotype
pencil case.
self-portrait was done
I
by
should
Jacques
upgrade to the
Cornelius.
21st century. But
You can
I
find
like
out
it
all
old
about
school.
him in your textbook, or even online. And guys, don't forget the deadline to submit a photo in the Everyday Heroes contest. I'll fly out with the winner to San Francisco, where you'll be feted by the art world. It's great exposure, and it can kickstart a career in photography. So Stella and Alyssa, get it
Wow,
together. Taylor,
what a connected
don't hide.
teacher.
I'm still waiting for your entry too. And yes, Max, I see you pretending not to see me.
They must be on a very rich, expensive school.
Yes, Victoria.
Victoria doesn't waste a second kissing ass.
Even if you're submitting your
Every
photo
time I look at Victoria, I feel like she's talking smack about me.
You see the dilemma?
I know, Mr.
Excuse me, Mr. Jefferson, can I talk to you for a moment?
Yes. Excuse you.
No, Victoria. Excuse us. I'd never let one of photography's future stars avoid handing in her picture.
Do I have to? I just don't think it's that big a deal.
Max, you're a better photographer than a liar. Now, I know it's a drag to hear some old dude lecture you, but life won't wait for you to play catch up. You're young, the world is yours, blah, 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 right? But you do have a gift. You have the fever to take images, to frame the world only the way you envision it. Now, all you need is the courage to share your gift with others. And that's what separates the artist from the amateur.
What a teacher, dude.
This is ridiculous. I always get so shy and nervous. Every time I look at Victoria, I feel like she's talking smack about me. Whoa, Mr. Jefferson is not messing around with that monster. He probably paid 20 grand for that camera. I bet he gets pristine to... Man, he even has the best plasma HDTV for a class monitor. Can't wait to...
You didn't tell me how cute I looked yet.
I was about to.
I'm not paying 100.
You always
Welcome to the real world.
Just cute.
hot.
Wow, school. Oh shit. I got flashbacks.
I need a serious timeout in the bathroom. Splash water on my face and make sure I don't look like a total loser.
I hate that class. It's so fucking boring.
This is exactly how it is.
She's so fucking shy. She takes selfies with this giant camera.
And that's exactly what I did. plug up. Red Hot Chili Peppers and GG.
To all of you, American girls, it's sad.
They should just call it a sugar machine. That would be awesome if you put money in there and a bag of sugar dropped out.
American girls, I'd like to be part of the world around you. Driving a car.
I need to go splash some water on my face and freshen up first.
Watching the world from the bright side.
There's the lighthouse again.
Man, school time is the best time, I swear. Because you're getting babied, you know? Full babysit.
American girls in the movies. No one can tell.
The amount of carefreeness you're never gonna have anywhere else. The amount of social exposure, it's so unique.
Empty. Good. Nobody can see my meltdown. Except for me. Just relax. Stop torturing yourself. You have a gift. Fuck it.
What? There was a sick pic?
When a door closes, a window opens. Or something like
Dude.
that. Okay, girl, you don't get a photo op like this every day.
It's cool, Nathan. Don't stress. You're okay, bro. Just count to 3. Don't be scared. You own this school. If I wanted, I could blow it up. You're the boss.
What?
So what do you want?
I hope you checked the perimeter, as my step-ass would say. Now, let's talk business.
I got nothing for you.
Wrong. You got hella cash.
That's my family, not me.
Oh, boo-hoo, poor
got
little
hella
rich kid.
cash.
I know you've been pumping drugs and shit to kids around here. I bet your respectable family would help me out if I went to them. Man, I can see the headlines now.
Leave them out of this bitch.
Is this real?
I can
Do
tell
people act
everybody
like this?
Nathan Prescott is a punk ass who begs like a little girl and talks to himself.
You don't know who the fuck I am or who you're messing around with.
Holy shit.
What are you doing? Come on, put that thing down.
Don't ever tell me what to do. I'm so sick of people trying to control me.
You are going to get in hella more trouble for this than drugs.
Nobody would ever even miss your punk ass, would they?
Get that gun away from me, psycho! No!
Wow, he actually shot her, dude! From that close range, she is like, her gut is eviscerated.
Whoa. What the fuck?
Whoa, is this like a time
How can that be? I was in
rewind
that.
thing?
He shot that poor girl.
What?
I held up my
The
hand,
character. They're
and
so
then I
cliche.
was back here.
Like he was. These pieces of time can frame us in
I already heard this lecture.
from light to
Kick
shadow,
W, dude.
from color.
Now Kate is being hassled again. And if Victoria's phone rings, this is real.
Now, can you give me an example of a
Man, I
photographer
cannot believe this.
captured the human condition in black and white?
Okay, if I'm crazy, I might as well go all the way. Can I actually reverse time?
There you go, Victoria. Why Arbus?
Because of her.
I
Now,
did it.
Can you give
I
me an
actually
example
did
of a
it.
photographer who perfectly
I'm a
captured the
human
condition
time
in black
machine.
and white?
Imagine, dude.
Anybody? Bueller?
Max, don't freak out. Not yet.
There you go, Victoria. Why Arbus?
Because of
When
her
I took my
images of
selfie,
hopelessness,
Jefferson asked me a question.
totally haunted by the eyes of
If he does again, I'll know this is for real.
What you kids call a selfie. A dumb word for a wonderful photographic tradition. And Max has a gift.
I know I'm not dreaming this.
As you all know, the
It's
photo
real.
portrait has been popular
I can
since
tell.
the early 1800s.
That's a hell of
Your
a
generation
I
deja
can go
vu.
back in time.
images for selfie expression.
What if
I had
that
these
girl
deja
isn't
vus,
dead
dude.
yet?
Oh my god.
The point
Can I
remains
save
that
her?
the portraiture has always been a vital aspect of art and photography for
I
as
need to go to the
long
bathroom
as it's
quickly
been
and
around.
check it out.
Now, Max, since you've captured our interest and clearly want to join the conversation, can you please tell us the name of the process that gave birth to the first self-portraits?
I'm sorry, but I really have to use the bathroom.
Nice try, Max. But you're not going to get away that easy. We can talk more after class. Is there anybody here
Shit.
who knows their stuff?
Jefferson wants to keep me after
Louis Daguerre
class.
was a French painter
And I
who
need time to
created
save that girl.
daguerreotypes, a process that gave portraits a sharp reflective style like a mirror. Now you're totally stuck in the retro zone. Sad face.
Very good, Victoria.
What if I rewind
The
again
Daguerrean process
and give him the right
brought out
answer?
fine detail in people's faces, making them extremely popular.
Okay.
Well, Max, since you've captured our interest and clearly want to join the conversation, can you please tell us the name of the process that gave birth to the first self-portraits?
The Daguerrean process, invented by a French painter named Louis Daguerre around 1830.
Somebody has been reading as well as posing. Nice work, Max. The Daguerrean process made portraiture hugely popular, mainly because
She's
it gave the
jelly.
subjects clear, defined features. You can learn more when you actually finish reading the assigned chapters. Max. is so
Wowzer,
far
my old
away.
broken camera.
And guys, don't forget the deadline to submit a photo in the Everyday Heroes contest. I'll fly out with the winner to San Francisco, where you'll be feted by the art world. It's great exposure, and it can kickstart a career in photography. So Stella and Alyssa, get it together. Taylor, don't hide. I'm still waiting for your entry too. And yes, Max, I see you pretending not to see me.
Max, you are not crazy. You are not dreaming. It's time to be an everyday hero.
Yes, Victoria, you still have to do
Huh,
your homework.
this might make a cool shot.
Even if you're submitting your photo for the
It's time to be a hero.
in class, is
We don't
turning
need
in
to talk to
photos.
them.
You see the dilemma?
It's time
I
to
see
be a
you, Max
hero.
Caulfield. Don't even think about leaving here until we talk about your entry.
Oh god.
I'd never let one of photography's future stars avoid handing in her picture.
We can skip this.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have one.
Given your selfie output, I'm sure you must have about 1,000 pics by now.
It'll take a long time to find a good one.
Max, don't wait too long. John Lennon once said that life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. Go on now. Don't let me stop you.
Should I do this again? There's a point.
Everybody in class is turning in a photo, so you see the dilemma?
I know, Mr. Jefferson.
Excuse me, Mr. Jefferson, can I talk to you for a moment?
Yes. Excuse you.
No, Victoria. Excuse us. I'd never let one of photography's future stars avoid handing in her picture.
I'm on top of it. I think John Lennon once said that life is what happens while you're busy making other plans.
Why
Max,
would
you're on
she
fire today.
rewind
All the right
time
answers,
for
good.
this?
Make sure you finish working on it by today. I have faith in you.
We gotta be a hero. Okay.
I hope I have enough time to get to the bathroom. Please, Please. I can't tell anybody. They'll think I'm crazy.
Yo, Daniel. You remember that?
You know I don't tease.
I hate that science class with those nerds.
What's that got to do with anything?
Because if you say...
Okay, Max, retrace every step. I washed my face. I shredded my photo. Then the butterfly flew in. And I took a photo.
Leave them out of this bitch!
I can tell everybody Nathan Prescott is a punk ass who begs like a little girl and talks to himself.
You don't know who the fuck I am or who you're messing around with.
Where'd you get that? What are you doing? Come on, put that thing down!
I need a hammer to break it open.
Sick of people trying to control me!
You are going to get in hella more trouble for this than drugs.
Nobody...
There's the hammer. Now I can break this goddamn glass.
Get that gun away from me, psycho!
I need a...
No!
Holy shit, I can't let this happen. If I can reverse time again, I can help her.
To control me!
You are going to get in hella more trouble for this than drugs.
No way!
Don't ever touch me again, freak!
Ooh, cinema.
Another shitty day.
That did not happen. This cannot be real. I just saw a girl get shot and then saved her. What the fuck is going on?
What the fuck?
Do not freak out.
Hey, do you hear that fire alarm? That means you should be outside.
I had to use the bathroom.
Girls always use that excuse.
Excuse for what?
For whatever you're up to. Your face is covered in guilt.
The alarm tripped me out.
Then trip on out of here, Missy. Or are you hiding something? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Madsen. The situation is under control. There's no emergency here. Leave Miss Caulfield alone, and please turn off that alarm since that's your job.
Oh my god.
You look a little stressed out. Are you okay?
I'm just a little worried about my future.
You're sweating pinballs. Is that all you're thinking about? You can always be upfront with me, Max. Or have you done something wrong? Is that it? Well, Max, talk to me.
I just saw Nathan Prescott waving a gun around in the girls' room.
Nathan Prescott. You sure?
Yes, he was in the bathroom talking to himself with a gun. I saw everything. He was babbling like crazy.
Okay, slow down. Slow down. So now you saw this without him seeing you.
I was hiding behind a stall. I have the right to be there. It's the girls' room.
I know. I just want to be completely clear what happened. Mr. Prescott happens to be from the town's most distinguished family, and one of Blackwell's most honored students. So it's hard for me to see him brandishing a weapon in the girls' bathroom. So what happened next?
Then he left. I ran out here wondering what to do. Are you gonna bust him?
This is a serious charge. I'll look into the matter personally. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
That's it? After what I told you?
We'll continue this discussion later in my office. Please go outside with the rest of your class now, Miss Caulfield.
Of course this academic drone won't do anything, since the Prescott family owns Blackwell now. Should I rewind?
You can
and
rewind to
my
change
story?
the outcome. Don't really care about this one. Why should I lie? Right, it doesn't matter. If he's rich, it's not gonna matter anyways, the outcome.
Would Nathan Prescott please
come to the front office. Thank you.
Oh.
Rachel Amber. She looks so hopeful and pretty. I wonder what happened to her.
Age 19. Missing. Dude, that is such a heartbreak when people go missing and then they either never turn up or turn up dead. It's horrible, man. Imagine. Because you just don't know.
This day has been so insane. Everything is happening too fast. And none of it makes any sense. These visions, this power. I keep expecting to wake up one more time. But if this is a dream, then I'm not asleep. Which means somehow I did rewind time. So there has to be a reason. And I have to find out why.
We are a celestial being. What is this woman about?
Hi, Miss Grant. Excuse me, Max. I know everybody loves being asked to sign a petition, but would you do Miss Grant a favor and hear me out?
Sure, I always have time for you. What's the petition?
David Madsen, our chief of security, wants to put surveillance cameras all around the campus. Halls, classrooms, gym, dorm rooms, etc. Blackwell Academy should be a high school, not a high-security penitentiary.
I don't know David Madsen. I don't know who Rachel is.
I guess cameras could have helped Rachel. I can see both sides.
You're fair-minded, Max. And we all pray Rachel is found safe and sound, bless her soul. But this petition isn't about her. Blackwell Academy has a noble heritage. From the Native Americans who founded this land, to the pioneers who shared it in peace, not fear and violence.
You know a lot about Blackwell for being the science teacher.
Science is history, Max. And I have a secret wish to teach local lore and legends. There's a lot of unique facts about this you might really enjoy discovering. Now, before I assign you homework with this lecture, will you please sign the petition to keep our campus from going back to 1984?
Absolutely. I don't mind security, but not pure surveillance.
I knew you were my favorite new student at Blackwell for a good reason.
This action will have consequences. What is this? I have a
I
mail?
better read Warren's text before he blows my phone up.
Oops. How do I stop? Whoa, what the f— what is this sound?
Okay, I better get to my dorm and grab that flash drive.
Did we... Did we sign a petition?
Hi, Miss Grant.
Excuse me, Max. I know it.
Sure, I always have time for you.
Oh my god.
David Madsen, our...
I guess cameras could have helped Rachel.
You're fair-minded. Blackwell Academy.
Blackwell is that old? That's incredible.
You should learn a little history about your alma mater. you'll find some fascinating facts. There's a lot of power in this region. I think it helps the creative juices flow around here. Now, before I assign you homework with this lecture,
Mr. Jefferson has such a gift for different styles.
They have art like this at the school ground. That looks amazing.
Stella always looks so serious and dedicated. Good for her. That's so cool that Blackwell is doing a show of Mr. Jefferson's work.
Looks like Bundy.
That's one of his famous shots. I love how it captures the moment. Evan's portfolio always looks so uber pro. Hey, Evan. Mind if I check out your cool portfolio?
Let's see if you're worthy of it, Max. You'll have to answer a simple question. Who photographed the famous falling soldier?
Isn't it Robert Doisneau?
Oh my. You can't even tell the difference between street photography and photojournalism. No portfolio peak for you.
Evan's portfolio always looks so uber... I think his name is Evan. Hey, Evan. Mind if I check out...
Let's see if you're worthy.
Who is it?
Steve McCurry?
Unless he could travel back in time. McCurry was born 5 years after the falling soldier picture. McCurry also shoots in color. In other words, no portfolio.
What?
Hey, Evan.
Let's see if...
Gotta be Eugene Smith.
Well, they both were famous war photographer images. But you should know the difference. Good try. Wrong answer.
What? What the fuck?
Hey, Evan.
Let's see if...
Robert Capa, of course. I love his work, despite the controversy about that photo.
My. This quiet child knows things.
That's why I'm here.
You're a kindred spirit, Max. Would you care for a perusal of my portfolio? It's not a privilege I grant to many.
Perusal?
I'd be honored, sir.
He's a gigatron.
These photos are great. And Rachel Amber's face is mesmerizing.
Okay, bye.
Come on, Logan, bring it, Brock. Yeah!
I need to go to my room and return Warren's flash drive.
Oh.
No.
Hi, Max.
How are you doing?
Fantastic. I'm by myself reading Chicklet. Pretty soon I'll be bonding with Victoria at the Vortex Club.
I think you're better off reading Chicklet.
Good point. Now if you'll excuse me.
Oh look, it's Max Caulfield, the selfie hoe of Blackwell. What a lame gimmick. Even Mark, Mr. Jefferson, falls for your wave hipster bullshit. The Daguerrean process, sir. You could barely even say that. I guess you got your meds filled.
The bitches!
Since you know all the answers,
Such bully.
I guess you have to find another way into the dorm. We ain't moving.
Ah, she's mad though because we
Hold
had the
that
answer
pose.
before her.
So original. Don't worry, Max. I'll put a vintage filter on it right before I post it all over social medias. Now, why don't you go fuck your selfie?
Oh yes, Victoria. I'll get your bony ass out of my way.
What the hell? Are you kidding? Look at this!
Chill, Victoria. It's just water.
Yeah, water on my cashmere. Do you know how much this fucking outfit costs?
You look great.
I can't even chill on the steps.
Okay. This is hilarious. Is there anything to pick up or something?
Do you understand English? Get lost.
I'm not afraid of you, bitch. Am I supposed to... to climb? What was this about? So it showed something with the can. Am I supposed to do something? Make him throw the can?
I must have missed something. I should rewind.
What?
Keep walking, hippie.
She looks like a pissed off wet cat, and she's still stylish.
What is this now?
Awesome. No.
I must have missed something. I should rewind.
Keep walking, hippie.
I don't want to mess with that ladder and hurt poor Samuel.
There goes Samuel da Vinci to paint the window. I could crank the sprinkler up and give Victoria and her clones incentive to beat it. A paint bucket next to Victoria. I see a plan. Okay, let's see if this works.
What?
A paint bucket next to Victoria. I see a plan.
There goes Samuel da Vinci to paint the window.
What is the plan?
Do you understand English? Get lost.
English. What's going on here? He does this, and then what?
Close, but no cigar. They have to be right under the bucket.
What the hell? Thanks so much for almost ruining my outfit. You're so lucky that didn't fall on us.
Close, but no cigar. They have to be right under the bucket. Okay,
Oh, so
let's
that
see
was
if
the move.
this works.
Okay, but we have to sprinkler as well.
What the hell? Are you kidding?
So here we go, wombo combo.
Victoria, it's just water. Yeah, water on my cashmere. Do you know how much this fuck...
It's all in motion.
No way! No fucking
You
way!
okay, Victoria?
Oh, Samuel is sorry. Wet paint is not good for hair, nope. Sorry.
Get the hell away from me, weirdo!
Hold on. We'll get some towels. We'll be right back.
So move your ass before I dry.
It worked. Don't mess with Max, bitches.
Lol.
Hey, Victoria.
What do you want, Max?
We make fun of her.
Don't say a word, Max.
Oh, wait. Hold that pose. And no filter needed before I post this. Now please move. I've had a messed up day and I'm going to my room.
You do that? I know where you live. So does Nathan.
Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Uh-oh.
Hurry, Courtney!
Victoria is going to be pissed we took so long. Home sweet home, my favorite cocoon.
Cool. That is really cozy. So she's got like a shelf, radio, workplace. The AC and chill out. So no cooking, no nothing. Double AC. Oh no, that's one. It's whatever. My brain is not computing anymore. That was pretty cool. Let's continue next time.
Scary part. If I hadn't have figured this out, I'd still be stuck in that same cycle today, wasting years of my life on people who never truly saw me. And if you don't figure it out, you'll get stuck there too. Because this isn't just about heartbreak, it's about who you are in this process. The longer you chase love that won't stay, the more of yourself you will lose. Worst of all, the longer you stay in this cycle, the harder it becomes to escape. And one day, you wake up and
Okay, guys. Go offline. See you later. GG. Thank you. Bye.